Alrighty. Good evening. Hello. I can't wave. Interesting. Why can I not wave? Hello. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. There we go. Now I can wave. I have arm movement. Good. What? No, it's not arm movement. Something's hinky. Huh. Very slow to respond. Interesting. Concerning. Anyway, good evening, everybody. How are we all doing tonight? Words, things, important. I have words. Things that need to be said. Right, Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest, the HD 2D remake of Dragon Quest 1 and 2 comes out tomorrow, in basically 24 hours. Or at least it becomes available in Australia in 24 hours. It might be a little longer than that for most of the rest of the world. I will be streaming it as soon as I am able to, so midnight tomorrow night. We'll be going live with Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD. But tonight, in the sort of lead up to it, we will be doing... Ooh, hang on. Oh dear. Things are going a little weird. This is concerning. I thought I had everything set up nice and good, but it's all a bit of a mess. Yes, tonight we're going to be doing a full playthrough of Dragon Quest 1 on the Super Famicom, which is my favorite version of Dragon Quest 1. I'm expecting it to take somewhere between 6 to 8 hours at most, so it's pretty reasonable to knock it out in a single stream. It takes a bit longer than that if you don't know what you're doing, but I have played Dragon Quest 1 several times. I've even done it on stream several times at this point. I quite like Dragon Quest 1. It is a very, very simple, exactly what it was intended to be experience, which was, like, it was designed to be a intro RPG, basically, because at the time, consoles didn't really have RPGs. RPGs were the domain of PC games. So the idea was to create a very sort of simple RPG experience that could be picked up by anyone that owned a Famicom, and thus we got Dragon Quest. And then the series sort of expands upon itself with every iteration. But this first one is very straightforward. That is what we'll be playing through tonight. I'm using, I think this is a reasonably up-to-date version of the Fantranslation at this point. This was last updated in like 2023, 2024, something like that. It is actually most of the bugs that we've encountered on previous playthroughs with this particular Fantranslation have now been fixed, thank goodness. Most of those critical bugs affected Dragon Quest 2 rather than Dragon Quest 1, so that shouldn't affect us tonight, but just putting that out there. Also, the English Fantranslation for this uses mostly like the Japanese names for places and things. I think the spell names are still the English spell names, but I'll detranslate them as we go, so that's not a worry. Also, as of last stream, I'm trying the dual stream thing again, where we're running live on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So, if for any reason anyone would prefer to watch over on YouTube, the option is there. Yeah. All right. Sorry. I'm still it's a bit overwhelming to have all the stuff for monitoring both places at once at the same time going. I'm still not used to it yet. It's going to take some learning on my part, but let's get into the game. The main event. The classic. The original. Dragon Quest 1. We've pretty much always named the DQ hero Bear, and I'm gonna stick to that. Technically, I'm just trying to think, like, DQ3 hero, I think, is the only one that has a canon name. And you can't actually name that hero their actual name. The game won't let you. I suppose because it's not really a name, it's a title. We have done Dragon Quest 3 multiple times on stream as well. And we did do the HD edition of Dragon Quest 3 last year, so it's not really spoilers at that point. I'll put the message speed to fastest. We'll see how we go. If it's too fast, I might slow it down a little bit. Do people make... I can, like, this isn't super heavy on the text. I can read everything if people want. It won't, like, overcommit us time-wise. I'm not gonna do, like, character voices or anything like that, but, I can read the text since it won't be... Like, it'll still be a fair bit of text because I speak to all the NPCs, but it's not like a novel or anything. Yeah, maybe I'll do that here. Ah, Bear, descendant of the legendary warrior Roto. We have been awaiting your arrival. Long ago, the legendary warrior Roto was given the light orbs by the gods. With its power, he defeated the demons that had covered this world. Then the evil King Dragon appeared. He stole the light orb and sealed it away in darkness. Before long, this world may be totally enveloped and destroyed by this darkness. Hero Bear, you shall! Please defeat King Dragon and return the light orb by any means possible. If you open the treasure chests over there, the contents should aid you in your journey. Also, if you speak to the soldiers in this room, they can give you important information about your journey. Well then, be off, you shall. And I hadn't really thought about it before, but like, in the context of the original game, this actually works as a pretty good sort of hidden tutorial. You can't actually leave the King's Throne until you've demonstrated the basic ability to interact with the game. In the original game, it was all through the context menu. Thankfully for the Super Famicom version, we have the context-sensitive buttons. So we can press a button, and it does open chest. The magics of technology. And we can also talk with the same context-sensitive button. Do you know Princess Laura? Princess Laura is the only beloved daughter of the king, so when the queen passed away, Princess Laura's help supported the king's broken heart. Then, half a year ago, the princess was kidnapped by demons. The king doesn't ever speak about that, but I know he is suffering from the depths of his heart. Please go forth and rescue Princess Laura. Oh, yeah, we've seen that. I think most of the NPCs only have like one cycle of dialogue. It's not a Nihon Falcon game. When the preparations for your journey are complete, come back to me. I'll be waiting. When you leave the castle, you see a town in the vicinity. You can purchase weapons and armor there. If you are wounded in battle, return to town and stay at the inn, so your wounds will heal. When you open the treasure chest, you should find a magic key. The key will disappear after you use it once, so you can only open one door with each of those keys. The journey will now begin. And, like, actually a decent little tutorial there. Just thinking back on it from a mechanical sense. Again, keeping in mind, like, Dragon Quest 1 was specifically designed as an introductory point to the RPG genre. And just sort of happened to birth the JRPG genre. A record of your journey can be written in the Imperial Scrolls of Honor. When you return from a break, it can resume where you left off. If you ever want to rest from your travels, come back. The king will record your journey for you in the Imperial Scrolls of Honor. So we will save every now and again, but this, like Dragon Quest as a whole, this game doesn't actually have a hard game over. Actually, there may be one hard game over. That's a special case scenario, though. But yeah, when you die, you lose half your gold and you're sent back to the throne room. You don't want to do that, because grinding for gold takes a fucking long time. This is Radadome. Many people would gather here since this place was a paradise. Then all the demons appeared. Oh, Princess Laura, where could she be? Could it be that she's dead? Oh no, what an unsettling thought. Please, forget what I just said. Also, hang on, I just realized I haven't fucking... Jesus Christ. I just went straight into it. I was like, Dragon Quest, I gotta play play Dragon Quest, love me Dragon Quest. But, we had all sorts of people here before the stream started. So, hey, Huff, Torishi, Fab, Ryu, Hitman, Zam, Deadtail. Welcome everybody, how's it going? You put Dragon Quest in front of me and I've just gotta go. I love me some Dragon Quest. I'm a traveling merchant. Many of my colleagues are killed by minions of King Dragon. Because of this, I've collected mortifying and sorrowful memories of those times. Did you hear? A rumor has it that a town was destroyed by the demons. MGS2 is pretty straightforward. That one shouldn't take you... Like, even a blind playthrough of MGS2 isn't too rough. The next marathon... exactly when that is a little tricky to say. I'd like to do it in the regular period, sort of between Christmas and New Year's. But I may have family stuff on during that time. So that's a kind of... We'll see. The marathon definitely happening, specifically when, a little harder to say right now. Hey, Paradox, how's it going? Yeah, this is definitely a comfy game. 100%. Cold Steel, Symphonia, P5 Strikers, Stellar Blade. I don't know if I'd count that as a JRPG. And Strikers, I guess, sorta. It's more of an action game than a JRPG. But that's a solid list of games. Nice. To gain experience and levels, you must fight monsters. When you do that, Yusha, you shall rise to the next level and you'll become stronger. Actually very important, especially for the first few levels. Though, that said, for this game in particular, every level is, like, really important. My girlfriend and I will be together until the day we die. Will the day come that my feelings will be shattered by the demons? When I'm together with my boyfriend, I forget about the darkness that continues to blanket our world. However, that is a lie. If the world is destroyed, he says that our love will be too. Kinda dark. Which is always the case with Dragon Quest. It's way more dark than you expect it to be. Magic key is necessary to open this door. I also hear that magic key will break after just one use. Are you playing on the PC thing? I heard there was some weird bug with the PC client and the Master League. When you enter a cave, it's good to have a torch, because caves are filled with the power of the darkness. There are more monsters in caves than out in the countryside. Important. Oh, Princess Laura. This is why you talk to everyone. Like, if you just blow through this game without talking to NPCs, you're gonna be so fucking lost. But, like, if you do talk to the NPCs, it's actually a very well-built game. When the Dragon of Darkness spreads its wings, it marks the arrival of the descendant of Roto. May the light shine upon the darkness, O gods. May the light shine upon the hero of legend. Alright, so we should have a little bit of starting money, right? Like 120, I think. Hang on. Yeah, okay. So we've got some... Welcome to the town of Radadome. So, yeah, all the names should be correct, thankfully. Welcome, please go inside and talk across the counter. Alright, so we're gonna unga bunga things. We're gonna run around with a wooden club. Because it is all we can afford. Now, he does, I believe he sells plain clothes for... leather clothes for 70, which gives us +4 defense. If I do recall correctly, I should talk to everyone. Many brave young souls have set out from Radadome on their travels only to perish. But for you, I wish the best of luck. I'm a traveling merchant from the town of Garai, which is far to the north of this town. It's a small town on the northwest peninsula. With every move I made, I was swarmed asunder by horrible monsters. Been a miraculous and depressing struggle just to live. Seriously! Dragon Quest. So happy and bright and fun and oh god, everything sucks. When you leave this town to travel, be wary of bridges. Terrible monsters are waiting to strike unprepared travelers. So that's, like, again, decent tutorial-y stuff. If you cross a bridge, you're entering a new encounter zone. The difficulty will go up. You can get yourself killed very easily. Whoever is there, please inform the king of our situation. The rescue party for Princess Laura was wiped out. Before long, I will succumb to the same fate. I'm studying some spells that will help undo a curse. If you're ever cursed, come to me. I will certainly help you. The legendary minstrel Garai played a silver harp. I heard it was buried with him in his grave. Did you know? No? There's a town somewhere that sells magic keys. Are you a descendant of Roto? Do you have any proof? No. Only true descendants of Roto bear proof. You don't have the symbol. Only a true descendant of Roto bears proof. Welcome. This is an item shop. South of Radadome Castle, on the other side of the sea, you will see another castle that's enshrouded by a thick fog. That is King Dragon's castle. It is unimaginably frightful. Now, so the dragon scale, it doesn't tell you what it is. I know what this is, and it actually works in this version of the game. It's not bugged. We will be buying that, because it is an accessory that we can equip. So that was 20 money for, well, okay. Best to actually, like, show you guys properly. So our defense is currently 3. Equip the dragon scale. Our defense is 8. 5 defense for 20 gold. That dragon scale is significantly more effective and cheaper than a piece of armor. We will also be getting the piece of armor, because survivability is absolutely the name of the early game. Well, going back to Raw Sea is always hard. It's just the, like, flexibility, I guess, the power of those languages is what makes a difference there. Also, I always, whenever I play DQ1, I always seem to encounter a red slime before the regular normal blue slimes. And this, as I said, this like design goal wise was designed to be a console player's first RPG. So there is limited combat complexity. It's one-on-one, one hero versus one enemy, and that's it. That's your lot. We gain spells as the game goes on, and that'll add to our like combat options. And gear. Gear is hugely important. Like, levels and gear are just so important. Speaking of levels. I'm gonna hang around and beat up slimes until I can pick up the leather shirt, which I think was 70 gold, and then probably 73 gold I think we need, because we need to have enough for a nap at the inn. And then I'll venture a little further away from town. It's just, if we go... I mean, I think down here is still pretty safe. But if we go too far up, we start running into, like, ghosts and such, which can definitely bully us. I also didn't realize, because it's been such a long time since I played DQ1, but, like, if you remember when we were playing Night Gundam Monogatari, the layout was very similar. There was, like, a cave and a mountain setup sort of like this, and then you get access to the lower section here after the Psycho Gundam goes on a rampage and knocks over some of the mountains. It's not literally the same map, but there is definitely heavy similarities in some parts. I wonder why I enjoyed Night Gundam Monogatari so much. It is literally Dragon Quest with Gundams. Hell, I mean, Dragon Quest, I'm having a good time. Gundam, I'm having a good time. Put them both together, we're having a great time. We'll grab those leather clothes. Because of the way the math works in this game, it is possible to have enough defense that the enemies just hit you for 0. No, I'm not Princess Laura, but hey, you're one handsome stud. I'm not letting you out of my sight. And now she actually just follows you around town. So of course, we're gonna immediately take her back to the inn with us. And she's still just happily following us around. This is something that was added in the Super Famicom version, is the Vault. Huge quality of life upgrade. You can store items in gold. Take care when walking in poisonous swamps. You will lose life and become weak with each step. Yep, that's very reasonable advice. Basically this is the version I recommend to play if you're ever like, I should play Dragon Quest 1. There's like a million different versions. The Super Famicom version with a Fantranslation. That is the version to play. We'll go put a save down and then start our adventure proper. Yeah, as I said, like, it was, I thought they'd fixed it, actually, Paradox. They were supposed to have fixed it, but the bug with the Master League is a known issue. So we got bridge up there. Poison swamp down here. Yeah, I don't remember if the instruction book for this game came with a world map. Because there is no in-game world map. Now, the important, level 3, very important. Max MP increased by 4. We did not have MP before. Learn to heal. Do note, we have not restored. You do not get a restore on level up. That, I think, is probably something that will change in HD, because they did that for 3 HD. You get heal and MP restore on level up, which really... I'm not... Because it breaks the need for item and resource management. You make the argument that you can, like, tactically level up as such. There is an argument to be made for that. But, like, you're gonna level up a few times going through a dungeon. And, like, one of the big limiting factors in early Dragon Quest is MP. Because there's almost no way to... There's literally no way to restore MP in this game. And there's, like, 1 prayer ring? Maybe 2 prayer rings in all of Dragon Quest 2? Like, there's basically no way to restore MP. So, MP restore on level up actually breaks the game balance. And, no worries, Paradox, take it easy. I'm actually curious. Give me just a moment. I'm gonna go... I've got a legitimate copy of this game. I'm gonna go grab it off the shelf. I'm curious if the manual does have a map. Because a lot of these old games did kind of expect you to reference the manual or included reading materials. Let me... It does! Hey, look at that! Nice. It does indeed have a world map. I wonder if it has... Does it have the world map for DQ2 as well? Because the same cartridge has DQ1 and 2 in it. Oh, does this have the, Interesting. Right, bear with me a second. The original manual for Dragon Quest II, the Famicom release, had a mini comic at the start of it that was made up of some story sequences they had to cut from the actual final release. I'm wondering if those are still in the manual. Okay, yeah, no, there it is. I figured the world map for Dragon Quest 1 and the world map for Dragon Quest 2, so I'll just have that, I'll just keep that sitting in front of me, actually. That will be very useful. Good old... I do enjoy me some, like, old video games where it's, like, RTFM. It's like when we were doing the gold box games earlier this year, and we literally had, like, PDFs of the old D&D books. And you do actually need to use a torch to explore caves and whatnot. Otherwise, it's completely pitch black. Oh, Pokemon does that. Yeah, Pokemon did it like 10, 12 years later. Even in Dragon Quest case, I'm pretty sure it would have, like, taken the idea from one of the, computer RPGs. It's like, it's outright said, like, the devs were big fans of, like, Wizardry and, Ultima, and that sort of stuff. The tombstone has a message etched into it. Descendant, my name is Roto. 3 items were necessary to cross the Island of Evil, which can be seen from Radadome Castle. I collected these items, crossed to the island, and defeated the evil king. I then entrusted those items to the 3 wise men in the kingdom. Their descendants protect those items and await your arrival. When an evil demon rises once again on the island, collect those items and slay the creature. 3 men await your arrival somewhere in this land. Go forth, my descendant. That sort of gives us a overall objective. We need the 3 MacGuffins to get our butts over to Dragon Lord's castle. Or King Dragon's castle. Look at, like, Dragon Lord's what it's... It's a weird one. Because I think King Dragon is a more accurate translation. And technically, I'd prefer that. Because that's also then... Because of my rant's background. Like, King Dragon is parodied in rants. And is actually a pretty important sort of meta character. Yeah, we want to sort of take fights probably a little more liberally than I would in a regular JRPG. Like, normally when I'm doing JRPG runs, I'd sort of not extend my time plodding around, but I would explore thoroughly, whereas in this we do want to do some, like, looping around to pick up some extra fights every now and again, because we desperately need the money and the XP. With the leather armor and the dragon scale, our defense is pretty good. Drakis and ghosts aren't much threat to us. And there we go, we got Fireball. Well, okay, so that's using the classic English names? I don't even know if I'd call that, because it wasn't called, I don't think it was called Fireball. Oh, there's so many different translations, but it's Gira in Japanese. And the heal spell is Hoimi. We've done this many times. We've gone over the weird Dragon Quest translation choices. And we will continue to do so as the years go on. Would you like to hear my song, Traveler? That's certainly a song. Thank you very much. Actually, I'm training right now, but someday I want to become as talented as Gurai. Welcome to Garai, the town of the ancient Mistral. Does the weapon shop here sell anything interesting? Iron axes. Chainmail and iron shields as well. I think we want to get 90 gold together at this point. No, they are gibberish, but it's so... You've got to have context. Because wizardry is one of the, like, heavy inspirations, and the spells and wizardry function the same way. They're gibberish. They're made up words, but they contextually make sense. So, like, take the fire spell, for example. I talked about the AoE fire spell earlier, not the single target one. The single target one is the one we've got. So take the one we've got currently, which is Mera, which is the first basic spell. Actually, is it? Is it Gira? I might be getting my shit confused. But the spell names sort of level up. So, like, Mera becomes Merami, becomes Merazoma. Like, like, Bagi becomes Bagima, Bagikuros. Like, they internally make sense. You came from Radadome? There was a cave halfway on your way here. That cave is said to be for the worship of the legendary warrior Roto. I don't think you should be worshipping him. Not quite like that. Very long ago, after a lengthy struggle, the minstrel Garai ended his long journey in this land and built this town. Therefore, the place is called the Town of Garai. I saw everything. A monster kidnapped the princess of Radadome and flew her to the east. Is there any brave person who could help the princess? Oh, there is? Then please tell that person the princess was taken to the east. We do actually want to grab another torch now that I think about it. We used up one. Alright, so we do want to get the first basic shield, which I think was 90 gold, so I think that's our next objective. Get 90 gold together. Drakian ghosts, definitely better farming than slimes. If you have questions about Dragon Quest, by the way, Furf, please ask. I'm pretty good with DQ. And, like, I'm pretty good with DQ in Japanese as well. It's definitely been a long-running thing of mine, this sort of the study of the version differences. Super Mario RPG, I can't really help you with, unfortunately. Superstar Saga? I know Superstar Saga. Our RPG I haven't actually properly sat down and played through. I've got the fucking Switch re-release of it. I should do that at some point. 91. There we go. Cool. By the time we get there, we'll have enough gold to afford a rest, and then we can go for a long adventure. Just since I can't, like, give you guys the manual I'm looking at, I will link a digital copy of the world map if you want a point of reference for yourselves. You're like, oh, why not get out the down camera and show the map that way? Unfortunately, the swing arm for the down camera is currently out of commission. I really should invest in a new swing arm. I want to do build streams again. Must be a fairly common series staple is the inns cost more the later in the game they are. So super cheap inns right at the start, and prices go up as the game goes on. When you get the ability to, like, teleport around a bit, you can then start sort of scamming the... well, not so much scamming, but... The SFC version is a huge step up. I wouldn't... oh, okay. Now, because you're talking about the Japanese versions. The original Japanese release of Dragon Quest on the Famicom is very limited. It got a bunch of quality of life updates for its Dragon Warrior release in English, which was also on the NES. And then we had the Super Famicom port, which is the version I highly recommend. It has a context-sensitive button, so you don't have to do the, like, all the menu shenanigans. The game itself is rebalanced. Basically tweaking XP numbers here and there just to make the grind less tedious. And obviously the graphics of the Super Famicom version and the sound of Super Famicom. This is, to me, this is the version of Dragon Quest 1. Obviously, the original Famicom version and the Western NES versions are worth checking out for, like, a historical context. But just as a pure, like, fun game to play, the Super Famicom version is the best graphically, the best audio, the best gameplay. Keep in mind, though, we are talking Dragon Quest 1. As I've said a few times already, the design goal of Dragon Quest 1 was to make a console RPG. Because at the time that it came out, 86, RPGs were basically pretty much exclusive to computers, because consoles had very, very limited... very limited storage capacity, so you couldn't really make, like, big, long RPGs. You also couldn't save. That's a big downside of the original Famicom release of Dragon Quest 1. It was a password entry, which is unpleasant. Again, the Western release, Dragon Warrior 1, had battery backup save, so you didn't have to password. And then, yeah, the Super Famicom version is just superior. And there's also, as I said, quality of life stuff. Like the stuff from like some of the later Dragon Quest games get backdated into this. So you have a bank, for example, which you can use to store items, which is a big deal because very limited inventory space. Now. But this one I do know. If we try to, like, melee the giant scorpion, we're going to do no damage to him. But if we hit him with, Gira, he go poof. The danger here is, obviously, we have a limited MP pool with no way to restore it. So if we end up fighting too many giant scorpions, despite, like, with just killed by just a single fireball is great, they give good XP, good money, we can only kill so many before we run out of gas. Magi tracking, okay. A little bit concerning. The melee is not. The magi bit is, yeah. A little scary. It hit us for 12 with its spell. We have 31 HP total. Good day, this is the village of Myra? Hey, get a load of this. The husband of poor Cleo over there skipped town to buy some magic keys. A good-for-nothing man left behind his lovely wife. I mean, really? That's alright. I didn't want to be a burden on his dreams. What kind of a dream is acquire magic keys? Oh no. The shop doesn't have the legendary sword either. After all I went through. ... That's not how this works, lad. They don't sell legendary swords at the shop. We do want to get ourselves a copper sword, though. 6 extra attack is pretty significant attack increase. 40 more gold for that. I heard a rumor that a shop in the town of Rimmeldar that sells keys. That's an important rumor. Hey you, I can see that soon, when a beautiful woman looks upon the face of the hero, she will fall in love. What a lucky person. Have you already traveled to the island south of here? Nope. I heard that Rimmeldar is on that island to the south. Okay, so we know Rimmeldar has magic keys, Rimmeldar is to the south. Welcome, there's an open-air bar. Plain clothes we can sell for some cash. Seed. Hey. Now, this is also something they added for this version. Again, a Dragon Quest staple, but didn't exist in the original release. The stat seeds. Hey, increased by 3 as well. Very nice. It's 1 to 3 stat up. I think HP is 3 to 5. I don't know if this has HP seeds, actually. I think this lady... Yeah. Hey, good looking. How would you like a puff puff? It's only 20 gold. No, I'm good, thanks. If you guys really want, I can show it off a bit later. Right now, we don't actually have the 20 gold to spare on some tits. I require cold steel, not cleavage. Axe cleavage, not cleavage, cleavage. Hero, descendant of Roto, you can't defeat King Dragon with that weapon. There should be a sword that Roto left behind somewhere in this land. Seek it out. Inside the cave to the south, some say they saw a beautiful woman. However, that cave is full of monsters, so there can't be a beautiful woman there. I guess he was just seeing things. Okay, we can get Chimera Wings here, that's nice. I couldn't remember where you could first buy them. I thought it might have not have been until later in the game. You do get one for free if you poke around the home castle. I hear that the Golem, a gigantic monster, has a weakness for the sound of a flute. You will not have the power to defeat the monster if you only fight it. You need to think about your opponent's weakness. So that is very useful. Technically, if you come at it with enough power, you can beat the Golem's face in. The intended method is via the use of the flute, however. I just realized I did not rest. I have not restored our MP. However, that Magi Draki, I think, has given us enough to grab the copper sword. Oh, I could have sold the club now that I think about it. You also get, like, really neat stuff like this. Well, I consider it really neat, but the Super Famicom conversion, the like, shadow layer. Because we're in, like, a tree village. God dang it, get out my way. Okay, so what are we at? 31:15. Copper sword, leather clothes, leather shields. Yeah, alright. I'm just tossing up if I feel confident enough to take on the underwater cave. The sword gives us a pretty significant improvement in our fighting prowess. Heard you're journeying to defeat King Dragon. However, King Dragon is a malevolent creature, and for that reason, I would regret letting you go, knowing you could witness defeat. I want to test your strength. Somewhere in this land is the Silver Harp, which can attract monsters. When you retrieve that and bring that item, I will recognize you as a true hero and reward you with the Staff of Rain. Alright, so assumedly, the Silver Harp is with Gadai. since he was buried with his harp, but we need magic keys to be able to get further into that village. And we know magic keys are, there's a shop in Rimmeldar that sells them. We know Rimmeldar's down south. See, now is a toss-up. A heal would overheal me, so it would be sort of a waste. But Magidraki's hit for like 12 damage, so running around at 19 HP. Questionable life choices. Yeah, now we absolutely want to heal. Yeah, that cave in the poop swamp there is where we need to be. That'll get us down south, as the NPCs were hinting. But getting there requires us walking across the poop, which is gonna hurt. We do have a medical herb. And we still have... How much does a medical herb do? I don't even remember. Might be 15. Oh, more than 15. Might be 30 then. Now, hang on. Oh, Kaishinuichige. If I recall correctly, something spooky lives off to the right that we are absolutely not ready for. Oh, actually, yeah, okay, there's a door that requires magic here. I was gonna say we can't actually get in there yet, so that's fine. Never mind. It won't let you just kill yourself at this point. I'm not sure there's meant to be eyeball. Eyeba doesn't really... But eyeball doesn't... I'm curious. Huh. I'm actually not sure how I'd call it. Its Japanese name is Meta, which in English it was called lunatic, which doesn't really track either. Worst case, we do have a wing of the Chimera, so we can just port ourselves back home if necessary. Ooh, kind of spooky skeleton. Being attacked by the Phagums. We have possibly come too far off course if we're fighting skeletons. This is where we use the artifacts to make the rainbow bridge, because the island over there to the left is the castle of the big bad. The skeleton is outspeeding us as well, that's scary. You know what? We're going home. Skeletons hurt. How much gold did we have? 322. Okay, so we got the best gear we can have from here. So we could head back up to Garai, because they've got sort of the next tier of gear, or we could just head back over to Matra. Just sort of skip Garai's gear set. I think the only thing Garai had was maybe the axe. I don't think we've quite got enough money for the axe anyway, and I think Matra had the axe as well. I really like that all the fights have the different, like, background tiles as well. Unfortunately, actual animated enemy sprites isn't a thing until, the SFC remake of 3. Which, again, I would also recommend as the, like, version of 3 to play. Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3, the best versions of the Super Famicom versions. The HD edition of 3 is... I don't know, I still recommend the Super Famicom version, to be honest. Alright, so what stuff did you have again, sir? That's some very expensive armor. It's 560 for the iron axe. How much does our copper sword sell for? It's not going to sell for 150, so that ain't getting us there, but... 90. We need 60, 70 more gold, something like that. It'll give us a reasonably nice spike in power. So what we want to see at this point is Scorpions and Magidrakis. Hell yeah. Scorpions and Magidrakis. Not so much with the ghosts. Skellington! This far out! Damn. Spooky boy. Actually, we probably want to pick up another Chimera Wing from the town as well, now that I think about it. So that we've got that as an emergency escape. Which will need us a bit of extra money. Ooh, level up. And we got the sleep spell, nice. Be careful, there's a skeleton inside you! Technically, skeletons are good XP and money as well. They're also just very dangerous. Yeah, gamer, same here. I will be streaming it the minute it goes live, which is about 22.5 hours. Alright, so the next major upgrade from here is going to be like iron armor at 1,000. And steel armor at 3,000. I walked out the side of the town, goddammit. Well, northwest is technically where you're supposed to go at the start. That gets you to, Gadai. You don't need to go there, really. Like, if you know what you're doing otherwise, you don't need to hit flags or anything there. Give me a Chimera Wing. Alright, so we got a Chimera Wing for emergency escapes. Oh, shoot! We don't have a torch, do we? I need a torch to get us across that cave. And I accidentally walked out the side again. We also want to have a nap at the inn. Yeah. While I know this game and I know mostly where I'm going. I don't have like a perfect route or anything mapped out. I am trying to do things properly, talk to all the NPCs, get the information properly, rather than just go off what's in my brain. Because it is one of the things, like, Dragon Quest is really good about, is, if you take the time to talk to the NPCs, you actually collect up the information you need. Like, the game gives you all the information you need to get through it. And at least in the case of Dragon Quest 1, it's not particularly obtuse about it. Dragon Quest 2 definitely has some obtuse moments. Whoa! Holy crap. Oh, thank you very much for the raid, Half. Welcome, everybody. Hopefully you were enjoying Half's HSBO arc. Yeah, okay, that should have worked. Cool. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. This is Dragon Quest 1. This is basically the simplest form of an RPG that you can have. Which is literally like its design goal. It was meant to be the original 1986 release of Dragon Quest on the Famicom was basically designed as an entry point RPG. Computer RPGs at the time were fairly complicated, but there wasn't really like console RPGs due to the limited power and even putting aside the limited power, the limited storage capacity of the cartridges that the games were on. You could only make games so big at the time. So getting an RPG to work on the Famicom was quite a challenge. So they designed the sort of core functional... No, this is the Super Famicom version. The original Famicom version is definitely less so. This is the version of the game I recommend to play. If anyone's like, oh, I want to play Dragon Quest myself. Dragon Quest 1 for the Super Famicom with the English fan translation. This is literally the version to play. Play this game. Tomorrow we have the HD 2D remake of 1 and 2 coming out. I will obviously judge that as I go. But I highly doubt that it's going to change my mind on that specific recommendation, because the HD 2D version of 3, while very good for what it is, I'd still recommend the Super Famicom version of 3 over it. And I have a suspicious feeling that, like, the reasoning is going to be the same. Not bad, just bloated. Now, speaking of, you're here, Fab. Our biggest spook at the moment is skeletons. Skeletons are very dangerous. Actually, I might heal up just in case. You know what? In case we get a spooky, scary skeleton. Because they will fuck us up. They're faster than us. They hit hard. Oh, hey, wolf. Okay, we haven't faced one of these yet. Ow! Holy heat balls! Oh my god! Okay, we found something scarier than the skeleton. Goddamn furries! Whew, okay, we managed to get to Rumaldar. Spooky. And yes, Toriyama's art is, like, arguably, it's like the soul. No, so it's a mix. Toriyama's art and Sugiyama's music. Both form the, like, soul of Dragon Quest. This is the town of Rumaldar. I'm glad I finally made it. I left my wife Cleo in the village of, Myra, and set out to come here. I was attacked by monsters, and they stole my money, so now I can't return to Myra. Damn. Yeah, we've met her. Or, the wife he's talking about, we've met. Who are you, sir? You don't look familiar. If you're a traveler, I suggest you seek lodging at my mother's inn. It's technically not their love child. Shoot, I've forgotten the two programmers are actually the ones most responsible. The guy who... shoot. One of them formed the, Armorbird Studio, and the other one was... God damn it, I'm blanking on... Give me a second. Yeah, Yuji Horii from Armor Project. Koichi Sugiyama for the music. Akira Toriyama, which he was from Bird Studio, okay, so Bird was Toriyama, Armor was Yuji Horii, and, well, what was the other guy's name? Was it, did I say Koichi Nakamura? I don't think that's right. I think I've gotten several names mixed together there. Or... No, okay. No, sorry. Nakamura. That's Chunsoft. Yeah, okay. So that's, yeah. Sugiyama, Toriyama, Horii, and Nakamura. I hear that in this town there's a shop that sells magic keys. Where could such a shop be? So this is something I do consider a bit on the obscure bollocksy end. There are hints at this. We've had multiple NPCs tell us about keys being at this town, and you can see an NPC hanging out what looks like outside of the border of the town. According to the ancient legend, Roto traveled to the western tip of this land and created a rainbow bridge. I also heard that he entered the darkness from a hidden passage in the evil king's room. Traveler, if you meet with a descendant of Roto, please tell them what I've just said. For sure, they should find some use of it. Here's Saban. Thanks for the follow. And yeah, I tossed up putting, because we do have more DQ stuff, but I wasn't quite sure, because we've got, like, Veronica with Teddy, but that's very specifically Dragon Quest XI. And then there's the party from the first run of Dragon Quest III, but again, that was very specifically the Dragon Quest III party. Now that I know King Dragon has come and attacked, I won't be able to settle down and start my own business. Before long, this town will succumb to the demons. Oh gods. There may be some weapons and armor in this world that are formidable enough to stand up to King Dragon. This is a palace of prophecy. Don't tell me who you are, because I already know. You're a descendant of the hero Roto. Have you visited the Holy Monolith? Yes. Inside that monolith, Sun and Rain will join you. Oh, okay, maybe no. We visited the grave, but maybe that's not what they mean by monolith. Go forth, and you will see the monolith to the south. Okay. So with the HD 2D coming out tomorrow, I wanted to get a playthrough of 1 done tonight. I tossed up doing 1 and 2. But 2's a much more chunky game. It would have needed a bunch of streams to get a run of DQ2 done as well. You should find the Fighter's Ring. That will be one of your biggest accomplishments. I think the Fighter's Ring does actually work in this version. In the original game, it's a dud item. But any Dragon Quest fan is absolutely welcome here. We love our Dragon Quest around these parts. Yeah, also, I was thinking, like, if we do finish this up, like, early, I might run a little bit of DQ2 as well, but that depends. I'm a traveling merchant. This looks like a good place to show you my wares. What are you selling, buddy? Okay, the basics. Nice. So, the actual original, like, Famicom release of Dragon Quest 1 is quite clunky. I highly recommend this version. You still get the full Dragon Quest experience, but it's a little more friendly to play. Who are you? Get out of here while I'm getting dressed. Oh, okay. From your appearance, you seem to be an admirer of the hero Roto. However, in reality, the personal history of Roto is clouded in mystery. I heard a story that he just arrived one day from another land. Did you know there's a small monolith to the northwest of the village of Myra? I heard that a strange old man is living there all alone there. We've spoken to him. Alright, what weapons do you have here? Okay, steel sword, and they also have the armor upgrades, and they got the magic armor as well. Steel sword at 1500? Iron armor at 1k is probably our next, like, main upgrade we're looking at, but we're gonna be sinking a bunch of money on keys. So this is some shit. If you understand video game conventions, this is why this is some shit. Working out that you're meant to be able to walk around the outside of the town. Again, I can't believe Rock is late again. What the hell is he doing? Hey, Brimcon, how's it going? Well, FF4 also abused its, like, secret passageways. There's a ton of, like, hidden in the darkness secret passageways in FF4. It's a bit of a bugger for that. Not 40 plus myself, but we are definitely, skewed older around these parts. Hey, defense seat. Nice. Anything but a 1. Oh. Divided by 4? Okay, so this is magic keys. We need, like, just tons of the fuckers. I think you can stack up to 8 of them? I think? No, no, there we go. 4. Or is it inventory full? 6. No, I can't math. Never mind. But yes. This is a bit of a unfortunate mechanic, but it's also, like, very Dragon Quest 1. That's right, I'm Rock. What? My girlfriend is waiting? Crap. This place looks like the place where we were going to meet. She's probably so pissed. It sounds like she is. Thanks for telling me. To show you my thanks, I'll tell you something good. Walk 4 paces south of the bath in Myra and search around. You should find a good item. That is important information. I said earlier, like, I do know... Like, I have played through this game. I've even done this game on stream before. But I'm not going to act on my pre-existing knowledge to shortcut the game. I'm going to get the information the proper way. Because I always hate... Like, so many people say that, like, Dragon Quest 1 is like... confusing and doesn't, like... give you the information you need, but that's absolute bullshit. Dragon Quest 1 is really good about it. Dragon Quest 2. Dragon Quest 2 has issues. Dragon Quest 1 does not. The having to go to the outskirts here is definitely, like, stretching... stretching things a little bit, but at the same time, like, it puts both of those NPCs on the outside so you can see them walking around, and we've talked to multiple NPCs that have told us that magic keys can be bought in Rimuldar, so we knew there was a magic key shop here, and even one of the NPCs in this town tells us that, so it at least goes out of its way to let you know things are up. Even if it's a bit shit still. Hey, Jimmy, how's it going? Yeah, DQ2 is much more of an issue. Don't get me wrong there. DQ2 is like, DQ2 absolutely has problems. I'm actually quite looking forward to the 2D HD version of DQ2 to see what they do with it. Yeah, so am I. That's why we're here doing this right now. This is basically the DQ1-2 waiting room. And thanks for the follow, Sock. Oh, no, I don't... Okay, so it depends. Like, I don't... DQ2 isn't that bad, and, like, the SFC version of DQ2 fixes so many of the problems. Again, it's like, yeah, the cartridge I'm currently playing, Dragon Quest 1 and 2, on the Super Famicom, is the way I would recommend to play these games. It's got the Super Famicom music and graphics, which is really nice, and they're both mechanically improve the games that make them a much better experience as a result. I've just realized we didn't... Oh god. Please go first. Nope. I was gonna say, I just realized we didn't heal. Rip. There goes half our money. Ow. At least we got the keys. That's the important bit. I actually like DQ6. I know that's a bit of an unpopular opinion. Ooh, think 3's my favorite. Assuming you want me to sort of expand on the statement. They added a lot of stuff that makes the game take a lot longer. What was like a sort of 30 to 40 hour experience on the Super Famicom in DQ3 HD runs out to like 80 plus hours. What did I clock it in at? Like it was significantly longer. For telling the same story and delivering mostly the same content. Because it adds a bunch of stuff. It adds a new class in the Monster Tamer class, which has a whole bunch of, like, sub-stuff associated with it as well. It has a whole bunch of, like, on-the-world map interaction points. And it's just got a lot of stuff, like, that you would initially you think, oh, this is great. It's more stuff to do, more things. But it doesn't really add anything of value. It just adds time. Whereas, like, again, the Super Famicom version of Dragon Quest III is so fucking good. Oh, hey! Thank you very much for the raid, Junebug. Welcome everybody. How's it going? We're doing some old school today. I don't quite have your fancy CRT and tapes layout, but we're running some old school games today as well. Though, mind you were doing Phantasmagoria. That's also pretty old school. Actually, this particular version of Dragon Quest might not be that much older. Phantasmagoria was what, mid-90s, and this was, I think, 93. It's funny, I was talking about a whole bunch of different point-and-click adventure games earlier today, so... But yeah, well, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We are doing the Super Famicom port of Dragon Quest 1, played in English thanks to the fan translation. There was some other questions about Dragon Quest earlier. Dragon Quest 7 getting another remake. I'll play it. I'm a bit concerned about, like, what we sort of heard about the design philosophy behind it so far. We'll see. There is argument to be made about DQ7 bloat, but at the same time, like, cutting out a lot of the elements they're talking about cutting out. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. The irony there being I was just complaining about Dragon Quest III HD having too much bloat. Also, thank you for the follow, Sotenbori. I am now being followed by Giant Crab. That's, like, the first thing that comes to mind when I think of Sotenbori. What was I doing? Okay, no, wait, hang on. We have keys. There are places in the castle we can access now with those keys. I don't... Because we've only got 6. I need to be... I don't need to be that careful, I guess. We can just sort of run them around. But we definitely want several keys for... I don't know if we need several, but we need at least 1 key up in Yurei. If you're a true hero, you won't steal anything. Yoink. Oh, nice. We get a refund on the gi as well. Magic nut. I'm a little sad he doesn't have a flag for you actually taking stuff from the treasury. Yes, absolutely, Jimmy. That is the plan. That is why we're here tonight, where we're playing through, Dragon Quest 1 Super Famicom in preparation for Dragon Quest 1 and 2 coming out tomorrow. I will be streaming it the second it goes live. Literally counting down the hours. 22 hours and 10 minutes. I can't remember if this guy sells magic keys as well. He might. When rain and sun join, a rainbow bridge will be produced. Or so the ancient legend says. Yeah, okay, so we can restock our magic keys from back here. I'm looking for an underground chamber. I heard there's one somewhere in this castle. That is an important hint. There's much danger if you advance past this point. Your strength will be drained considerably, but if you have enough courage, come on through. The hurt floor might do too much damage to us. I'm not actually sure how much health we need to survive the hurt floor. Let us pray for the hero. May the light be with you. You've traveled on such a difficult journey at a young age. The least I can do is pray for your safety. So 36. Ow. Great that you've made it here. If you're a true hero, then you can defeat the monsters that you encounter inside the grave of Garai. Go to the town of Garai and push against a wall of darkness. By doing that, a path may open to the grave. Alright, that's actually useful information. I'm glad we came back to the castle before going back to Garai. Now, so it's hinted at there being a underground thing. And this is another one of those cases where you can walk around the outside. Unfortunately, DQ1 and 2 both pull this trick a few times, and it's a bit frustrating. I was told that someday a young descendant of Roto would visit. Long ago, my ancestors were entrusted with this treasure chest. It contains the Stones of Sunlight from the legendary hero Roto. This item is necessary if you're going to defeat the King Dragon. Now then, open the treasure chest. The Orbs of Light. I pray for the time that you once again return light to this land. Now, I have kept and protected the Stones of Sunlight for a long time. I now feel a little tired, I'm going to lay down and take a rest. Rip, old man? Take care of the stones of sunlight for me. I can clearly remember the words of the legendary warrior Roto. You definitely resemble the great warrior Roto. Return peace to this land once again. I beseech you. And a life nut will raid his drawers. Oink. It's funny, you say, you know, we resemble the great warrior Roto, but if anything, Roto's dad was like the super like hero man. Shoot, I'm blanking on his name from Dragon Quest III. The guy from the opening sequence. So this is really useful. This is not something you could do in the original game. There was no bank vault. You had to... It was one of the bigger problems with the original... Both Dragon Quest 1 and 2. This was a big problem. Because you needed to hold on to so many key items, your inventory ended up, like, completely clogged. Because you have all your gear taking up slots, then you have the Stones of Sunlight, the Staff of Rain... Roto's token, and something else. Like there's a whole bunch of key items that end up like taking up all your inventory space. So just being able to manage your inventory like that is a huge quality of life improvement. Alright, we're gonna scooch up to Girai and see if we can't find that harp. We've got a clue about some sort of check a black wall or a hidden entrance. Actually, I'm curious as well, because we probably are strong enough to get down. There's a cave entrance down south from here that we might be able to get to as well. We might be strong enough to not die at this point. Alright, so magic keys gets us in here. It is your desire to venture to the grave of Gadai. The sound of the silver harp can call monsters and send them rushing to you. Stop your journey now and leave this place. A long time ago, I traveled to a town called Domdora. I spent the most wonderful time at an inn run by a delightful old man. I wonder how he's doing now. Where's the entrance to the grave of Gadai, you ask? I regret that I can't tell you that. Try searching for yourself, yeah, so that's indicating the black wall business. Ah, a thief! The world will be completely destroyed anyway, so I don't think you can profit from my money. Just take your stuff. Will he get out the way and we can get to that other chest? Ooh, maybe. Hey! Before he traps us in here forever. 630 gold is actually pretty significant, though. You open that door with a key. Well, it's about time. here you go. Take this key. This key is quite important. What? What key? Eh? What? Oh, right, because we'd used one key to get in here, so it was another key. So she refunded us a key. And there's the hidden in the darkness, the path forward. Return from the grave of Garai with your life, if you can. If you wish to die, then by all means, step forth. Is this actually a spooky fight in here? Because, like, I really don't want to die right now. I don't remember if there is, like, a big monster in here. Just because we've got enough gold to afford the next armor upgrade. I don't want to, like, blow up and lose half of it. Unfortunately, we don't have a way to quick travel around this game. Not in any efficient sense. We can use a Chimera Wing to go back home. But that's about it. We'll take a run over to Matra. See, the problem is, like, going to Matra is a bit of a waste, because it would have been better to, like, head over there once we had the harp, so that we could then get the other thing we need from over there with the harp, rather than take double laps. I estimate somewhere between 6 to 8 hours, half. That may come up a bit less, depending. Because to a degree, I know where I'm going, but I'm not, using my future knowledge, as it were. So, a lot of the backtracking is still here, and as I was just saying, there isn't, like, quick travel, so we do still have to, like, traipse across the world a fair bit. Grab the iron armor for a pretty significant defensive upgrade. We'll sell off the leather clothes. So I think 1800 for the next weapon, and that was down in Rimmelbar. Gonna be our next major cash money goal. We'll scooch back to, we'll scooch back home, put a save, and then see if we can't fight whatever the heck is, in, Garai's grave. Yeah, just the everything. The music is great. The sound effects are great. Just the everything. It is such a comfy experience. Ah, I love me some Dragon Quest. I can't remember if it remembers that you've opened doors. No, it doesn't. Okay. Never go below 1 key remaining. As long as you've got 1 key, you can get to the shop in the back here. You know what we also forgot to do is we forgot to inspect the square that was 4 tiles south of the bath. We wrote that down and everything. And then just didn't do it, but that's fine. We need to go back out there anyway once we get the hop. Alright. How spooky is the grave? In before there's nothing here, and I've wasted all that time. Shoot, I need a torch. Yes, the grave is actually spooky. It's like a proper dungeon. Holy shit, okay. How, Drakima. Okay, that's painful, but not unmanageable. Oop. Kaishin no Ichigek. What the heck? Why is it? There's something wrong with my inputs aren't clean. Okay, you can see the significant difference there. We put the iron armor on, the skeleton's gone from dealing sort of 8... What the... What's with the like the... Is it doing weird inputs? Why? The skeletons have gone from doing like 8 to 10 damage to 3 damage with the armor upgrade, so that's a significant survivability buff. The armor doesn't do squat against magic, but that's a different story. Hey, a droll. How droll. I was not expecting this to be... Well, apparently I'd completely forgotten. that this was a full-on dungeon. The only reason I say that is because we are just over the 2-hour mark at this point, so it might be wise to head back up top, take a rest at the inn, and then attempt a full run of the dungeon after I take my first break. He says, as he keeps exploring. Yeah, no, I will do that. It does mean we're going to have to restock a torch. 8 gold, not the end of the world. Got decent amount of gold at the moment. Is that? Okay, so we haven't explored. We need to explore the top left and the top right both. Okay, well, at least like the XP and the money from this place is like reasonably good. A run through here should net us a decent amount of oh, actually, we gotta waste keys, don't we? How many spare keys do I have for? Hopefully the key door doesn't respawn as I rest. He says, with a question mark above his head. Good, it didn't. Oh, the Iron Shield, actually, is a 6 defense upgrade, so at 800. I'll keep an eye out for that. Do we have anything else we can... 45 for the lotus shield, so we need 100 more-ish gold anyway. Please tell me you sell torches. Alright, so the 27 MP should give us a decent bit of staying power to navigate through the dungeon. So, before we continue our quest for the dragon, we have gone past the 2-hour mark. I need to take my first break here. I'm just going to take a break roughly every 2 hours for somewhat medical reasons, but also it's just general good health reasons to do so anyway. So that is what I'll be doing. I'll be taking a short break, getting up, have a stretch, go make myself a cup of coffee. Yeah, if you need to grab yourself a snack or a drink, or just have a stretch, now is the time. I will be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Grabbed myself a fresh cup of coffee and had my stretch. Let's, let me click some buttons and then we'll continue our exploration of this grave. I do know at some point in the game we get a light spell, which I think gives an even bigger radius than the torches. We don't yet have that, so for now we are stuck with the torches. So I was saying we need to look around. We sort of headed up here a little bit and hadn't looked around properly up here. And then there's also... there was also up to the top left as well. We hadn't looked around. And we probably want to keep an eye on our gold. It was like 800, I think. It was 800 for the next shield. So if we are near the stairs up when we hit 800 gold, it'll probably be worthwhile nipping up the stairs and grabbing that shield as well. Because we've seen just how much each little extra bit of defense counts. That said, a bunch of these guys are magically inclined enemies, so physical defense is not so useful there, but reduces the chip damage from the skeletons and whatnot. Hang on a minute. Okay, the treasure room up there, but I think this is the top right? It is, okay. And that is enough gold to get us that shield, so we'll go quickly grab that. Thank you. An extra 6 defense is not a huge boost at this point, but it is still like a, what, 15% boost? Not too shabby. We might as well heal up while we're here, since it's very cheap. Ah, shoot. That is going to be something that's going to catch me out, you watch. Every time we pop out, we've got to grab a new torch. I'm going to forget a torch eventually. Oh, okay. Although that tree seemed a little suspicious, just hanging by itself in the center there. No. Alright, so there was that treasure chamber up into the top right. How do we get in there? Yeah, that extra 6 defense from the shield, dropping the incoming damage. And hopefully, it might even nullify the damage from some of the weaker enemies. Like, damage, taken once isn't too much of a concern, but it does slowly add up. And then you gotta keep in mind we've got enemies like this that can hit us for a lot more than one. The magic-based enemies are definitely much more of a threat right now. Interesting. Oh, extra key, I'll take that. 535 gold, useful. Life nut! What happens if we walk on the... No? Broken tiles don't actually represent anything dangerous? What's our next saving goal? Iron armor was 1,000. 18, I think it was like 1,800 for the next weapon down in Rimmeldar. We might actually get there. Like, the amount of money we're getting from these fights is pretty reasonable. I don't know why I'm getting, like, weird input issues with the controller. I don't know if the D-pad isn't dead zoning quite right, or some other issue. Okay, we definitely haven't been down this far before. This is new. No, something's got to be weird, because that is doing the exact opposite input. Like, I was pushing down and it was going up. We're not, like, afflicted by a confused status or something weird, are we? That's sort of what it feels like, is like we're suffering from a, like a confuse effect that, randomizes your inputs. So the fires, the braziers on the wall usually represent this is where you're supposed to be going. Braziers? Razors? Not quite sure how to pronounce that word. Not brazier, because that's, Immediate stairs. Well, that at least limits our options. Immediate dead end. This is a more serious dungeon than I had given it credit for. We've got at least 3 floors to it. This is a real dungeon. Going for some real dungeon exploring, folks. Okay, so that is that 3rd floor again. So we're doing a 2nd and 3rd level linked up by stairs kind of deal. Alright, that was a little dicey. The wolfmen are still scary. Oh, who have we here? Rubris? Do we even know of Rubris? Ooh. Had she been written yet? Oh, they might have backdated her. I can't remember if Rubrus was written into DQ1. Alright, so once again, that links down to... I'm hoping it's, like, logically linked. That was something real good about Dragon Quest III, actually, was the dungeons were logically linked. The stairs didn't lead to, like, insane, like, they weren't insane teleport stairs. They logically went to the, like, places they should connect up to. Yeah, I had a feeling that's what's going on here. We've got lots of... Okay. We're gonna need to start, like, a sort of methodological exploration of the third floor. Mind that, we might need to still explore this for a bit more as well. There appears to be a center. Nice. Hey! Hell yeah! That'll help. Gives us a bigger view radius. First version DQ1 Dimension Rubrus was the smartphone version. Okay. Also, hey, Turtles, how's it going? Well, I don't think it stacks. I think it's just Radiant gives you the bigger view window. And it also saves you having to use torches. So, that's... there is truth to that jump code. Everyone knows that one. But I think it's a bit overblown. People were saying that it was like government mandated that they can't release Dragon Quest on a weekday. It wasn't government mandated. But after the release of Dragon Quest III, I think it was the police were like, look, you gotta, you know, do the right thing by the community here. Don't release these games on weekdays. Like, it wasn't an actual, like, government legal intervention, but it was like a, please, do the right thing, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. But yeah, like, Dragon Quest III was kind of ridiculous with its release. And so from then on, Dragon Quest has been released on the weekend. Though, funnily enough, this one isn't. It's releasing on the middle of the week. But I suppose it's a remake. It doesn't really count. Alright, so this takes us down to the third floor again. Having the bigger view window definitely helps. Hell Ghost! Oh, big spooky! It costs sleep. Oh, I see. This is there's... okay. So the middle stairs is actually just a dead end. Dane! Oh god. Rip. Jesus. Oof. Alright, the B3 is kind of rough. There goes half our money. There's a bit of a YOLO trying to hit him with the sleep spell. I wasn't sure if he's, like, actually completely resistant to it, or, How much money did we just... Oh, we just lost 600 gold. Ouch. Alright. There is a place I want to check out before we go back in there. There's another cave we can get to that actually might be more... Well, it's not that that isn't entirely level appropriate. The bottom floor is a bit spicy, but bottom floor? Assuming it's only 3 floors. It could be worse than that. But there is a cave, I showed it off, right at the start of the stream. It's, I'm just curious if we can venture forth into that cave at this point, or if it's, still too spicy for us. So I don't think we've had, I don't think the game's given us a reason to go to that cave, whereas the grave we're currently exploring, we absolutely have a reason to be in. We need the silver harp to be able to get the staff of rain from the old man. Like Magidraki and wizards, that's we can deal with these pretty straightforward now, so encounter-wise these aren't that spooky. Skeletons I'm expecting will be part of the active packs for this area, question mark. Which we can also deal with pretty alright at this point. Yeah, this cave here. So we could have come here very early in the game. Can we beat up giant scorpions yet? Yes, we can. We could have come here, earlier. We haven't, the game hasn't specifically given us a reason to come here. It's just that it is a very obvious point on the map. I don't know if we're going to be able to find any, gear in here, maybe, or an item of value. I have played this game through several times, but my memory is certainly not perfect. There is some advantage to be that, I'm old, my memory's not perfect, and that means I do get to sort of experience things again. I have no idea. The grave, I had no idea that was going to be a three-tier dungeon with a spicy bottom floor, and this place, I have no idea what's going on here, so... Wait, is that that's where we came in, isn't it? Damn it, did that just loop around? God dang. We got looped. I'm looping. The loops. Actually, and a side order of, It went up, and up is a loop. Okay. Multi-tiered dungeon going on here as well. Keep that in mind. Down in the bottom left is staircase. Oh, treasure. I think they did one of the things that this version did as well is it like 343, yeah. It improved the the stuff you got from like treasure chests, because part of the problem with the original game, like the Famicom release, is it didn't save the status of chests. So every time you like quote unquote loaded a save, as in input a password, all the treasure chests would reset to full. So there was no there wasn't any big stuff to be had from dungeon treasure chests, unfortunately. That has changed a bit with this version. So it does remember what chests have been opened. So they can put more interesting stuff in the chests. That said, while gold itself might not seem more interesting, it is functionally useful, so I'm happy to have a large pile of gold. Interesting. This is probably the primary means forward, then. Huh. Looking like some kind of a prison, almost. Possibly underground domicile. That looks like the stairs that became, again, if the dungeons are, logically mapped. That's probably the stairs that link up with the, the bottom left room. So we haven't seen them do it, but my theory is those metro ghosts can cause sleep. Magic nut! We got the strength seed. Nice. Stat boosting items are always welcome. I mean, if this dungeon just turns out to be purely for, bonus stuff, like stat boosting items, I'm okay with that. Hello, that looks interesting. I know you can, sit there and do the, save, reload to try to get, the best results from each of those. I'm not going to bother. Iron shield. I think we already got one of those. But, well, we can sell it for decent money. Yeah, the Iron Shield is what we've currently got equipped. But that does mean it is worth a bit at least. Hmm. Suspicious. Oh, there's the fighter's ring. One of the NPCs mentioned that, and I think it actually works in this version. So presumably it'd be like 5 strength, I think? Or possibly 5 attack. Attack's 50, strength is 35. Okay, maybe it doesn't work. Or maybe it doesn't do what I thought it did. Unless they just left it as broken. Oh no, yeah, okay, no, I just quickly looked. Even in the later remake versions of the game, the warrior ring still seemingly has retained its non-discernible effect, thus seemingly still useless. Never mind. They did not fix it. Huh. It's kind of interesting. It just left it as a dud item. That's a bit cruel, because it takes up an inventory slot. At that point, Brimgon, it's almost like tradition. we will absolutely check that. 100%. I will. What the heck? Did not realize Radiant wore off. Dangerous. But yeah, we'll absolutely check that tomorrow, don't you worry. Let me... it doesn't seem to expand the radius. Unless it might expand its, duration? Torch. I need not. Well, so the spell gives you, like, double the range of the torch. Hmm. Ooh, stop spell. Useful. Very useful. Happy to have that. That makes fighting caster-type enemies much less dangerous. But we're still waiting on some of the big spells, or at least what I consider to be the big spells. Return and outdoors. Your navigational abilities. Now, the toss-up is, do we take a walk? Because it's quite a walk. Absolutely we do. We've got tons of money. See, now we've got almost too much money. We might be able to skip, because I was going to get there's like an 1800 gold weapon, but the next tier of armor is 3k. We might just be able to go straight to the next tier of armor. What do we got in the inventory? I'll sell the iron shield. And the torch. And then restock some keys. Yeah, that's Dragon Quest, Goober. The trick is to sort of, I guess, play the way I play, where you try to sort of spread the grind across the natural progression. But you definitely, there are points where you do just gotta, like, grind a bit. Also, we're playing a fan translation, so this has text that more accurately matches the Japanese. It doesn't have ye olde English. We will just drop off the Warrior's Ring then. No reason to hold on to it since it functionally does nothing. Well, the gold is kind of like, it's like half your gold, that can hurt quite a lot. You never lose level, as you say, which is good. And you don't hard game over, which is nice. It does encourage exploration and risk taking. But like there are points of the game where half your gold can represent a significant loss. Alright, so that's our keys restocked. The money we've currently got, we want to. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna run a trek down to Rimmelsdar. Rimmelsdar? Yeah. And pick up what we can down there with our 3k gold. It might just be some armor. We might be able to get together enough to get an armor and a weapon through sale of old gear. We'll see. With the expanded sight radius from Radiant, I might be able to show you what lurks in the depths here without actually proccing it. Ah. Yeah, okay. You can just see it from here. There is the missing princess guarded by a dragon. I think that's still above us. And considering we're sitting on, like, a large pile of gold, I really don't intend to fight it right now. With the, weapon and armor upgrades, we might be able to fight it. I don't remember how strong the dragon is. I do know if you try to fight it as early as you can, you're gonna get your shit kicked in.
And what is Wolfmen's, I think, was the spookiest things around here. The skeletons are still somewhat tanky, but they're not much of a threat to us damage-wise. I think the Wolfmen's probably aren't too much of a threat damage-wise at this point. Yeah, we'll find out. 7 damage, okay. Not a nothing burger, but much less scary than they used to be. Alright, what were the prices here like? Okay, so it's 1,500 for the steel sword and 3k for the steel armor. We might be able to make this work. Grab the steel armor. And then we sell our old iron armor. And then how much is our iron axe worth? 280. So we need 300 gold. Roughly. I mean, if we can fight a whole bunch of wolfmen back to back, that'll work out for us. Oh, wait. We have the keys. We can access these rooms. When rain and sun meet, a rainbow bridge will be made. That is an ancient legend passed down here in Elfgard. Also, I heard a story that the Stone of Sunlight sleeps within Radadome Castle. One square wide. So we're gonna need a little bit more gold than I said, because I just spent some, but while we're here, we might as well take the time to explore down a bit. They did say there was a shrine down... Ooh. They did say there was a shrine down to the south here, so we might go check that out. Hey, a gold man! They're worth, like, very little XP, but a heap of money. Yes, nice. Very good, very good. Yeah, there's the shrine. Hey, a chimera! Running into all sorts of new stuff here. Chimera is actually kind of strong. They're worth a decent amount of gold and XP. Yes, we can get the sword now. If you are truly the hero and the descendant of Roto, then you should have proof. Foolish individual, leave now! Oh, okay. I'm gonna guess we need Roto's token before More furries. Before... Ooh, 10 damage. Ouch. Alright, the boys down here are a little spicy. They put up more of a fight. Probably a decent sort of risk-reward down here. Especially since Goldmans can spawn down here. I don't like the speed tie against the Chimera. That makes them very scary. Right, we're not on Final Fantasy rules. You can't heal the undead to death. Tried to stop spell me. Sneaky. Yeah, thanks to those couple of gold men, we can easily afford the sword. We can almost, well, we can literally afford 2 of them if we wanted to now. Jeez. Okay, so the magic armor at 770 is the next thing. I don't remember if the magic armor gives you, like, very slow regen, or if it reduces magic damage. Hey, Iconoclast, how's it going? Oh, nice. I'm currently at like 192k. I need to get a little bit more points together to hit the max rank. Do we want to try to take on the dragon? Kind of tempting. It could just destroy us. try to get level 11. And then we'll go take on the dragon. Hey, there we go. I wasn't expecting it to come up so quick, but hey, there it is. This is Dragon Quest 1, specifically the Super Famicom port of Dragon Quest 1. I consider this to be the best version of Dragon Quest 1. We're doing a full playthrough of this in preparation for the Dragon Quest 1+2 HD release coming out tomorrow, or today, actually. Coming out in 20 hours and 45 minutes. Damn, nice. And thanks to the bank, we can save that money and not just risk losing it on a mad dash to fight a dragon. Assuming there's a bank here, that might be an incorrect assumption. There might be only the bank in... Dang it, it might only be in... that's such a... It's fair enough, though, balancing-wise, I guess. You can only use the bank in the first village. Because there was no bank originally. I think this is the only, only DQ with the light spell, right? It's a bit of a, classic RPG holdover, that one. Alright, so there is every chance this dragon just wrecks us. Whoa! Hey, Wiki, welcome everybody. Is everything okay? You're finishing up kind of early. I'll try that again so you might actually be able to hear me now. Welcome everybody, how's it going? Thank you very much for the raid. Did the game not turn out so good? Not worth your time. Okay, that's unfortunate. Hey, there we go. 950 XP, damn. And nice, we got the outside spell. Hell yeah. Super good. Don't forget to actually take the princess while we're here. Oh, at last, a valiant hero. My name is Laura. I'm the Princess of Radadome. If you had not come for me someday, I would have become King Dragon's bride. Oh, how I shudder at that thought. Since you rescued me, would you please escort me back to my castle? You pick up the princess. We'll be so happy together. So, we are going to take her back to the castle. There is a sort of, like, pseudo-alternate ending, where you hold on to her the whole time, and you, like, when you can beat the final boss with her in your arms. It doesn't mechanically change the game to do that, but the game will acknowledge that you've beaten the Dragon Lord while still carrying the princess. How much was the game, Wiki? Oh, wait, what? We just got the... I don't know, just hit that. Whoop! And even if it puts us there, that's fine, because we can just wing our way home. Alright, I mean, that's not too bank-busting, at least. Well, you've returned from rescuing the princess. I wish to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Laura, come to my side. Please, take this. Laura hands you a token of her love, the princess's love. This is my love. Please accept it. Even if we're separated, my heart will always be with you. Now then. What? What? Lady. I know I just rescued you from a dragon, but damn. We are literally standing in front of your father. Some decorum, please. Well, they kind of got a half. Hero and Laura have to bump uglies because the children or grandchildren are the heroes of DQ2. Oh. You have a valid point. Yeah, I kind of did, because I'm playing a really good translation of it right now. You can hear Princess Laura's voice. To reach next level, you'll need X XP. I think that has another purpose as well. I don't think it's just for checking XP remotely, so you don't have to talk to the king. It is useful to know. Alright, where am I at? We just got the princess. We need 7,700 gold for the next gear upgrade, so that's a good 4,000 gold still off. So I think we return to exploring the grave. Hopefully with the gear and a couple extra levels that we've got, the third floor of that dungeon will be slightly less devastating. They don't sell Chimera Wings here, do they? I'll pick one up at the other town. I just automatically gone into, like, aggressive inventory management mode. Be tight and efficient with your items. Did we have the light spell when we were last in there as well? That might help, just having the bigger sight radius. Rather than operating off of torches. Also, welcome back, huh? I wasn't even thinking. I didn't need a torch. I wanted Chimera Wings. You do not have Chimera Wings. Which is fair enough, actually. It makes sense. Turning my brain back on. They're from... The middle stairs on the second floor led to nothing. So we want to be exploring the outer stairs. The one that you first come to is not going to do us any good. We need... no, hang on. We need to get down to B2 first. We're still on B1. Alright, so that staircase there leads to just a square room. Yeah. The stuff in the middle just leads to a sort of locked off segment as well. So I don't... We did go briefly down these stairs, but we didn't explore down these stairs yet. This is also now B3, so we're fighting the scary monsters. Hey, brown guy, how's it going? I am doing very good, but I am playing Dragon Quest. I do so enjoy my Dragon Quest. Well, we just killed a dragon and saved a princess, so I'd say questing of the dragon is going pretty good. But that's the fun part about this one. You kill the dragon and save the princess. That's not the end game, not even close. That's just getting warmed up. That's just a big old loop city. I didn't say that. I said we killed a dragon. Anyone familiar with their fantasy will know we have different scales of dragons. It wasn't a small dragon. It was, in fact, quite a big dragon. Scales? We have a dragon scale. It's actually a pretty nice defensive item. You did it! You got to master rank. Nice. It can be a bit of a rough journey. Unfortunately, there is a lot of RNG with like what you get matched up against. Sometimes you just get the shit. You gotta deal with fucking like whale stacks and whatnot. It's just... as I said, I'm currently at about 190k. Or 192k, so I need to get 8k more points to get, like... I've already got max rewards. Getting to, like... Mega max rank will just get me titles. Oh, hello. Yeah. Okay, nothing actually going on in here. The thing is, like, it's... It's not as hard to, like, quote-unquote whale in G-Gen because it's actually got, like, a pretty decent UR rate. Arguably, you really don't even need to whale because as a result of that. SD Gundam G Generation Eternal. We've covered it a lot on stream. The Master League is like the pseudo asynchronous PvP mode. What? You found the silver hop! Now, I believe... if, for some reason, we wanted to Giga Grind, you can just use the hop. And it automatically gets you an encounter. Though, I don't know if that might actually be slower than just walking it out, depending on the encounter rate. I might grind this level out. $400 something XP shouldn't take too long. I don't want to be like over-leveled brown guy, but you can definitely be under-leveled. And like with the XP we're getting from the fights here is pretty decent. That's the reason I'm just gonna finish the level off. If it was like a huge amount of XP away, or the amount of XP we were getting from the fights wasn't much, I wouldn't bother. But since it's not gonna take too long, just round the level out. Who knows, if we get like the return spell, that would be really nice. I don't know when we get that. The extra money is good as well. We need to get 7,700 to get the next piece of armor. That all kind of works out. Though this is not the most efficient way to like be trying to farm money. up near Rumaldar, the Goldman grind is much more efficient. Well, that's still luck-based, but... But nobody came? If we killed everything? I don't think that's a mechanic in this game. Yes, correct. The original Dragon Quest is a single-person adventure. So the design idea for the original Dragon Quest is they wanted to make a console RPG. It did change into. Every other game has multiple party members. 2 has 3 party members, 3 has 4 party members, and I think it sort of sits at 4 party members from then onwards. Might go up to 5 at some point. That might just be Final Fantasy that hits 5. Okay. I was like, surely we've hit it by now. Okay, 14 off one fight. It's just a little ahead of things. When they were making the original Famicom version of Dragon Quest, the idea was to create a RPG that would work on home consoles, which very limited hardware, very limited storage capacity in the original cartridges. So they had to sort of cut the experience down as much as they possibly could to make it work on the hardware and in the context. So 1 party member and a fairly sort of limited set of items and limited spell set and all that. Hey, nice. I didn't know it was going to be at level 13 that we got returned, but yeah, nice. Very good. We've got the 2, like, important navigational spells, outside and return. Gets us out of dungeons and then lets us zip back home. Unfortunately, the teleport spell doesn't let us go globe-trotting in this one. It only sends us back home. What happens if we play the harp in front of him? Home PCs, yeah. Well, so keep in mind also, the version of the game we're playing here is the Super Famicom port, which is significantly enhanced compared to the original Famicom release of Dragon Quest. Okay. I'm gonna just double check that and make sure that the return spell does what I think it does, and I'm not going mad. It is a Chimera Wing. Yep. Cool. We don't need to hold on to Chimera Wings anymore. Alright, we just need the Silver Harp up there. We need to go up there for that. We will head in the back here and buy up a full set of keys so that we are fully stocked on keys. And then we will head out to, what is it, Myra? We need to pick up the flute from Myra, and we need to get the rain staff from the old man. Alright. Let's go for a walk. Well, at this point, like, your home consoles, like, the Famicom was, like, quite good as far as home consoles go, but, like, your other stuff was, like, you know, going back to, you know, your Ataris and whatnot. And, like, one of the things to keep in mind as well, while the Famicom itself didn't improve its hardware, you could improve a game by changing the hardware that was on the, like, specific game cartridge. And that's where a lot of the big advancements in Dragon Quest 1, well, like 1 to 2 to 3, actually, I am curious about something. I want to look into something. One of the big one of the big reasons they were able to make advancements in Dragon Quest 1 to 2 to 3 was advancements in the cartridge technology. They were able to save, not save, they're able to upgrade the amount of space in the cartridge so the game could literally be bigger. And then by Dragon Quest 3, they had battery backup saves, so you could have an actual save on the cartridge, whereas Dragon Quest 1 and 2 in their original forms used passwords, which for an RPG is insane. I think Dragon Quest 2 in total had a 52-character password. Absolutely nuts. So by adding the battery backup ROM on the cartridge allowed them to save the game, which meant you could do a much more sort of customizable and complicated party with Dragon Quest 3, which is why Dragon Quest 3 has the fully customizable 4-party member party with all the different job classes and everything. There's no way you could have done that with a password system. And the extra storage space obviously meant they could make a much bigger world, have much more monsters, just bigger, better. Like, Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 are like a perfect set of sequels as far as I'm concerned. Each one improves and innovates on the previous in all the right ways. That's why I'm pretty not happy about how Square's handled the, like, release of the HD versions. They did Dragon Quest 3 HD first, and then released 1 and 2, which is technically the chronological order of the events of those games, but not the order that it should be experienced in. Because the big moment at the end of Dragon Quest 3 when you go to Aelfgard, that's supposed to be, like, holy shit, I understand. But you have no context for that if you've only played Dragon Quest 3. Alright, so the clue we got from the guy was 4 steps down from the bath, I think. Now, the question is it counting half tiles or whole tiles? This asshole's gonna make it very annoying. Ah, there it is. The fairy flute. We got the information for that from an NPC ages back. I just hadn't acted on it, because I forgot. And now we need to head back up to the other shrine now that we've got the harp. And then we can get the Staff of Rain. And then we need to kind of head down southeast. No, southwest, sorry. We haven't done anything down southwest yet. Found the rain cloud staff. I've waited for a long time for the arrival of someone such as you. The thought of the world covered in darkness grows uncontrollably in the hearts and minds of the people. Only you can stop that now. Go to the place where the sun and rain join. So we have the rain cloud staff, and we have the sunstone. Now we just need the third bit. Don't remember what the third bit is. How much cash do we have? 6.5. All right. So maybe if we go kill some gold men and get the magic armor, I think that's our next direct upgrade. And then from there we can head down southeast. We know we need Roto's mark, Roto's token, in a bunch of instances. But we don't know where Lotho's mark is. Probably also drop the Staff of the Sun off at the bank on our way through. Keep the inventory clean. As I said a few times, definitely one of the more pain points of the original for sure was having to hold on to all the quest items in your very limited inventory space. Alright, so down the back here, we can encounter gold men, which is what we're looking for. We are going for 7,700 gold, so we need about 800 gold. You can also run into Chimera and the enhanced Wolfmen out here, which are dangerous, but not overly threatening. Oh shit! We've already hit the goal we needed. Nice. I don't actually remember what the magic armor does, because it doesn't give us a defensive increase. I can't remember if it's one of the armors that gives you the slow heal effect. Or if it just does something to fizzle enemy magics. Either effect is very valuable. Okay, yeah. So back home. Did not mean to go into the castle. I meant to go to the village. We will eventually need the fairy flute all the way down there, so we'll keep that with us. I mean, we could get rid of that. We don't necessarily need the information, but it is nice to know. Alright, let's update the hard save, and then off we go. Such an odd... Okay, so we need to head up and around, I think. We can't just actually go straight there from here, unfortunately. It is a bit of an adventure. Actually, I'm gonna quickly Hiya, Sion, how's it going? Okay, yeah, the magic armor is what I thought it is. It, very slowly restores HP while you walk. Good for sustain. Perfect for the long journey we're about to go on. As for like DQ today, like technically yes, the big DQ is later today, quote unquote. In 20 hours time, Dragon Quest 1+2 HD comes out. But in preparation for that, we are doing a full playthrough of Dragon Quest 1 Super Famicom. We're making pretty good progress so far. We are going on a pretty long walk at this point, however. We are off to the, sort of southwest. Yeah, I'm sure, Deadtail. I'm from the future! Now, we could have come here much earlier in the game. Again, there's no, like... It's a surprisingly, like, open world game. You're mostly gated by how much you can survive. We could have been down here much earlier, and we could have survived against some of this stuff earlier. The Undead Knight's getting a bit spicy. Correct. Dragon Quest 1 is a solo adventure. I feel like I'm getting a bit loopy on this one, but Dragon Quest 1 was designed originally as a... Well, effectively one of the earliest console RPGs. So, because of the extreme limitations of the Famicom hardware and the game cartridges at the time, the game, to sort of make an RPG happen on console was quite difficult, and the experience had to be sort of pared down pretty heavily. This game, yeah, so this game is just the hero, and you only fight one enemy at a time. That is a combination of system limitations and intentional design decisions. The point of the original Dragon Quest was to bring RPGs to the home console market, when they were sort of previously more focused on like PC users. And not just the home console market, but like make them accessible to a younger audience. So they wanted to like reduce the complexity, and part of that design decision was single character. Oh, wow, that hurts. We might be in a death loop here. I don't think we heal enough to... Woo! Scary. Damn, okay. The things in here hurt. Hmm. I wonder. Oh, nice, we got the sleep. And this isn't Final Fantasy where if you hit a sleeping target, they wake up. They could remain asleep for the rest of the fight and just die. Certain enemies are more susceptible to certain spells. I'm suspecting these guys probably have little to no resistance against sleep. Some enemies are highly resistant, and other enemies are outright immune. Right, I don't think there's anything we can do here at the moment. Ooh, Star Chimera. So this, I think, stop spell we want to hit them with. Ow. This is still painful. Oh, nope, we died. Never mind. We got splattered. Stop spell was not the answer. It might have been we wanted to hit them with sleep, maybe. They were still hitting us with spells through stop spell. Question mark. Ah, it's a bit of a walk. And most unfortunately, half our gold. Ugh. 1,500 gold down the drain. And, yeah, a long walk back. Okay, actually... Before we start the long walk back, I just noticed we've just gone past the 4-hour mark, so it's probably best I take a short break here, because we've got quite the journey ahead of us, to say the least. If I remember, the trip down to the town all the way down south is a long, long, long walk. Alright, what do you guys want? Town music, world map music, or castle music? Town music it is. Yeah, so 4-hour mark, going to take a short break here, gonna go make myself a fresh cup of coffee, gonna get up and have a stretch, all that stuff I usually do on the break. If you need to grab yourselves a drink or a snack or something, now is the time. Otherwise, I will be right back.
Alrighty. I am back. Let's make sure everything's all good. That does indeed seem to be all good. And just a reminder, not that it really matters, I guess, to anyone, but I have returned to doing the old double multi-stream shenanigans. We are live on both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So that option is there, if you so desire. Alright. Now. The walk down to the... I forget the name of it. The Golem Town? Oh boy, this is quite the chonky walk, if I recall. This was a monstrously long walk. With basically no rest. We have the magic armor. That is probably what'll get us through this. The magic armor gives us the very slow... we restore 1 HP every few steps, healing. We want to be reasonably conservative with our MP. But not so... Like, the thing is, like, if we need to use MP to win fights, multi-half. Some old school half. Ah! The two halves, we have a hole. I think you still have your mod powers. Alright, so we don't need to go back into that town. I do know what that town is about, and I know roughly what to do in that town, but the game hasn't told us that yet, so I'm not going to use my expanded knowledge or from having played this game before to shortcut things. As I've said a few times, I want the game to give us the information. It's like you could speed Death Scorpion. You could speed through this pretty readily if you knew, like, exactly what the key points to be. I suppose I don't need to... I should let the healing armor do its thing, is what I was thinking there. Yeah, it works pretty efficiently.
Ooh. Agi Wyverns. Ow. I think it's probably best to just try to beat them down as fast as possible. Ah, again. See, now there's like, I should let the healer thing do its thing, but also at the same time, if we let our health get too low, that then becomes dangerous in that we could just die. It's not... It's not too obscene. You can definitely get unlucky. Yeah, okay. Memories starting to come back to me. Memories. Oh wait, level up, nice. There's a lot of stats. Very nice. Right, so all that mazy business up there, I think is all dead end. We might go through a walkthrough there later, just to prove the point. But it's a trap. You don't need to go there at all. There's nothing up there but, like, wasting your time. Oh, Shadow Knight. This is new. 24 damage! Fuck me. Cool. So this is where we want to get. Just a field dragon? A whole ass dragon just hanging out in the field? Okay, not as tough as the boss dragon. Jesus. Alright, now. Golem. We know, fairy flute. We'll put golem to sleep. As you can see, it is far from invincible. It is just quite tough, and it hits like an absolute fucking truck. So, you can fight it without the fairy flute. Why? Hey, repel, nice. Though I don't recall repel being that effective. Welcome to the Fortress City, Melchido. And I think the prices of things here are a bit obscene. Oh no. Oh, this is just regular gear. Okay, never mind. Long ago, my grandfather told many stories. I remember hearing that one of his friends, Yukinov, buried a great treasure under a tree in the back of his shop. What was the treasure? I'd like to search for it, but it's too dangerous to travel for me. I don't know if that's the only clue we get about that. But that is important. Take note of that. There's a treasure hidden underneath a tree in the back of a shop. These are the graves of the people who died after they were attacked by the Dragon King's minions. Please, I ask you to pay your respects to the fallen. Can we actually? I don't think we can. Yeah, here we are. Still just a regular gear we've had access to. Just up to the magic armor. Nevermind. Holy water. 12 gold apiece. We literally just got the repel spell, which is just holy water, but on MP cost. I'm just hesitant to start, like, dropping my magic keys. I don't want to, like... This town was built as a fortress, just in case if it was attacked by demons. I don't want to, use my magic keys too quickly. If you wish to know about the token, visit the old man living in the temple at the south end of town. Okay, so... I'm assuming she is referring to, the guy through this pile of bullshit and hurt. We'll come back here. Again, keys. I'll finish exploring the town first. I wonder what side dishes I should cook for supper. We have cheap radishes today. What, sir? You say you sold my shop, but don't want any of my fine radishes? And the shop you want is the item shop over there. Oh, I see. King Dragon's claws can cut through iron. He can breathe fire hot enough to melt stone. You still wish to go forward. You are a true hero. It seems that Roto's armor has changed hands quite often. It has most recently come into the possession of Yukinov. Okay, so that's giving us further clues there. Like, we got that hint that Yukinov... Hey, defense seat, nice. Yukinov's shop, he buried something under a tree. Oh, nice. There's a vault here. Long ago, when this world was wrapped in darkness, a man descended from the sky. Man was the legendary warrior Roto. If that's true, Roto could indeed be a child of the gods. Huh! Is that the only place in the game that has it? That's a mechanic from later DQs.
This is a specific edge case, Yankee. So Dragon Quest, or it was known as Dragon Warrior at the time, didn't actually do well in the West in the late 80s, early 90s. And this was the Super Famicom remake that released in 93. At this point in time, Dragon Quest was not on strong grounds in the West, so I can understand why they didn't choose to officially translate the Super Famicom ports. It's a real shame because they're much better games, in my opinion. They are the best way to experience Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3, is the Super Famicom ports. But unfortunately, they never got official releases. Oh, eesh. That does add up very quickly. Ow. These aren't just hurt tiles, these are really hurt tiles. I make the joke these are hurt more tiles. Someone might get that joke, though. Let us pray for the hero. May the light always be with you. Go and search the place near Ratadome Castle that lies 140 to the north and 80 to the west. North 80 to the west. Near Ratadome Castle that lies to the north, 80 to the west. There isn't 140 to the north of the castle. West. We must go west. My family opened a business and set up shop in Domdora. My grandfather, Yukinov, was there when the town was attacked by monsters. From what I remember, he barely escaped with his life and made his way here. But prior to that, he ran a bustling shop that was very profitable. With his savings, I'm living a happy life. What? Where was that place? I'm not sure. I think it was in the eastern part of town. Okay, so now we're getting some good clues together. Technically it's a fortress town, so I guess you could make some sort of argument along that line of thinking. Oh, good, you can restock your keys here. They're expensive. Well, ish. But at least you can restock your keys here. This is probably the shop I'm looking for. This guy's got the big stuff? Yep. 9,800 for the flame sword.
And 14,800 for the mirror shield. Damn. There isn't one in this. It is just a heavy grind, unfortunately. Okay. Just bear with me a second, I'm having a think. I wonder. Okay, so we can head back up, because we know roughly we need to find a tree out the back of a shop, which was up the upper section of the town. Trying to locate, let's re-talk to this guy, let me give his exact information. Eastern, okay, so eastern part of the town, underneath a tree. And then we need, like, just an absolute fortune in gold before we can afford the gear from here. Yeah, okay, so I thought, I guess it doesn't do it in, I thought this worked as a location beacon. It doesn't do it in the towns, but it does do it in the world map, and you can then use that to, we need 140 north, 80 west. Fucking Star Chimera has Behoimi? Fuck out of here. That basically resets the fight. Like, if it does that, it's effectively a full heal. It's gonna be healing him for more health than he has. Thank God this isn't the, like, the Famicom version of Dragon Quest 1 or 2 as well, where the final boss had... Oh, no. No, not Dragon Quest 1. Dragon Quest 2. The final boss has, full heal. So... It can literally just reset the fight. Ah, shit, we needed to put him to sleep, didn't we? These guys really hurt. Now, this is sort of going off my own memory as well a bit, but we can use this properly here. 142 to the north and 41 to the west. We were looking for 80 to the west and 140 to the north. Basically along this way somewhere. I do remember Roto's token being in a poop swamp. And we're doing this sort of somewhat the proper way using the... So we want 140 north, 80 west, so... over here somewhere. Ah, there it is. Roto's token. Trying to find it without knowing where and without the scanner is some pretty wonky shit, yo. Like, we knew where it was and what we were trying to do for it, and we still had difficulty finding it. Yes, I think this is all dead ends. Yeah, that is straight up dead ends over there. And this, yeah, you can... Well, I guess technically you could have gone like the super long way around through the poison swamp and then back up to Merkido. Phew, that would be an extra spicy walk. Alright. So, somewhere in the eastern part of the town, at the back of a shop behind a tree. I think I can see which square it is. Oh! Demon Knight. Scary. It can cast spells. Can I stop spell it? Yes. Thank Christ. I do not need nap time. We might be screwed. I think we're slowly dying. Oh! Jesus. The armor of Proto. Currently 80 defense. Oh, it'll probably show us on this. There's really only 84 defense off. It really isn't that much more off of the... Oh, okay. It's a little bit disappointing. I think the armor of Roto, like, doubles the amount we heal, I think. I think it's got a much better heal, per step. And it might also prevent damage tiles. It does. Okay, cool. I suppose technically, had we got that earlier, we could have used that to not deal with the big zap bullshit. Okay, so we now currently have Roto's token. Which means... we basically need to go to the other side of the world. There was someone else who asked about Roto's... was it in this town? The guy? This guy. That's Roto's token. The descent of Roto has appeared, and the story is true after all. I should never doubted it. Please, use your power to return light to this world. Yeah, thank you. That really didn't... Alright. Okay. Who else? I'm sure there was someone else that was like proof of Roto. I'm gonna grab the sunstones and the rain cloud stuff. Actually, with all that money, we're close to being able to afford the firebrand. Not gonna go get it right now, though. Right, so we are actually. Now, I'll hang on to that statement for a bit. Alright, keep forgetting Roto's armor. We're not affected by hurt tiles. Lovely, we can play in the poop. I suppose, again, technically, we could have gotten Roto's armor before dealing with the poop, to get Roto's token. There is a toss-up of do we want to kill or try to kill some gold men to get a bunch of money. The problem is there's 14,000 for the shield. Considerable amount of money. Oh, right, we got the repel spell. I don't remember if it properly works in this game. Or actually, it might be math-based. It might be, like, enemy level versus your level. Whether it'll repel or not. I'm not sure. Alright, so this guy was a bit of a dick to us earlier. Now we have Roto's token. Descendant of the great hero Roto. Now is the time when rain and sun will join. Now, give me the rain, the staff of rain and the stones of sunlight. Hands the staff of rain and stones of sunlight to the priest. O gods, I offer rain and sun to this holy altar. Now, approach the altar and take the rainbow drop. What? You found the rainbow drop? This isn't the place to use that. Now go. Repel is worn off. Didn't seem to do anything. That's always, yeah. Does it actually work? I don't know. How much cash money do we have? We probably do want to take the... It's a bit of a walk. It's going to be a bit... there isn't really a... we got to take another walk back down there, get the big sword. I don't know if this game has, Roto's shield and Roto's helm. I know it does have Roto's sword somewhere, I just don't remember where. It's a shame you can't really make, like, a nice simple game like this these days. It just wouldn't do any good. The reason it's a shame is because of the way this then, like, leads into Dragon Quest 2 and 3, with each expanding and developing upon each other. You can't do a nice, simple game like this no more. I've got this, like, same... when it comes to, like, the early Rance games as well. Like, you can't get away with, like, a Rance 1 anymore. Bear raised the rainbow drop towards the sky. I was say no spoilers, please, as such. I guess it's technically not spoilers because I've played this game multiple times before, I just don't remember. I suppose at this point it has to be, basically. That's the only place we haven't really explored yet. We are here very early. Like, dangerously early. You're expected to be about level 20 when you start properly attempting the dive through King Dragon's castle. Thankfully, we do have Roto's armor, so those hurt tiles shouldn't be our concern. I'm not even gonna bother trying to go into the basement at this point in time. I'll explore the upper. Okay, well... This is not what I'm... Because I know... I know where we need to go in this castle. And it's a bit of a, like, a long-term Dragon Quest sort of meme as such. The places we can access off of here are effectively just to waste your time, except that we need our time wasted in the sense that we need more XP and money. So actually, this isn't a waste of time.
Hey, Bap, how's it going? Yeah, well, we'll be doing these sort of like late night streams for the next few days. Because the next stream will be tomorrow night as soon as Dragon Quest 1+2 HD goes live, which is in approximately 19 hours. It is 5 AM here. Absolutely. That's why we're doing this playthrough of Dragon Quest 1 tonight. So we've got a full refresher of Dragon Quest 1 before going into the HD version. And you can see, like, how much our health is healing from Roto's armor. Like, it is a significant amount. Like, we're basically going to be back up to full health the next fight with the amount we're getting back from Roto's armor. Yeah. Interesting. Because we saw a door. Is it a trick? Is it a trap? As I said, I'm not really ready to delve into the castle proper at this point. I think we'll get, like, destroyed. I'm tossing up, do we skip the fires? Nah, I don't think we skip the fire sword. I think the damage output would be very nice. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm not on vacation, but I've taken a couple of days off to specifically do the Dragon Quest streams. So, you felt a breeze coming from the back of the throne. The big... You'll have seen me, when I play JRPGs, I always check the back of the throne. Because of Dragon Quest 1. You found a hidden staircase. The staircase to actually get into the Dragon Lord's dungeon proper. Is via a hidden staircase behind the throne. Again, I don't think we should push too far in here before we go and get, like, the sword. I guess the consideration is, like, the XP and the money is good. And it's, like, it's gonna be a long walk. We are severely underleveled and quite undergeared. As you can see there, the Master Wizard hitting us for 32 damage with one of its spells. Because, like...
legitimate concern is we just get sniped out by something and then lose all our money. That's, Hi, Demon Knight. You are definitely a problem. Whew. Scary. Yeah, okay. I think I'm definitely pushing my luck at this point. I think we pull out and get that better sword. We need the extra damage. Yeah. Yeah. Because even, like, you could potentially consider, like, maybe trying to skip the sword, but, we have more MP than HP? We're a fucking caster? Goddamn. I think the stats are, like, your stat growth is based on, the name you give your character, I think, is what affects the stat RNG. These monsters out here just aren't worth, like, us fighting, so I'm just gonna keep repelling them away. Since the repel actually seems to be doing its job at the moment, which is nice. He says. We should definitely remember to, restock our magic keys as well. We can do that at the town we're going to, though, so that's fine. Alright, encounter 8. Calm your tits. Huh. That's unfortunate, Bab. Is it just a case of, like, the TV doesn't automatically detect it, or it literally won't, like, see it, sort of thing? Okay, so 14, basically 1500 for the shield. We restock the keys, so I don't think we need anything else from here. Alright. So this is, at this point, it's just going to be a lot of we dive Sharlock, Dragon Lord's castle, King Dragon's castle, to get XP and money. So, what did I say? 15 grand for the next shield. I should have checked what our current shield is worth, so I can math that into it. Yeah, I mean that is very basic tech support stuff. Like I would expect those kind of answers. The TV update making it not detect the switch is very odd. Alright, can we use the flame sword to cast, like, the basic hurt magic? A bit more than that. The bigger version. We'll just take the couple extra fights. That's not going to be doing anything useful for us shortly anyway. We do also eventually learn Behoimi. I don't remember at what level, though. And I don't think we can beat King Dragon Lord without it. Which is why I say we're underleveled. Pretty much need the spell to be able to beat the final boss. Alright, so our plan is to just sort of get as deep as we can. If it smells too dangerous, I'll stop. But obviously, the deeper we can go, the more XP and money we're getting from the fights. Because we've got Roto's armor, we've got the self-sustain from the heal with each step. So we should theoretically be able to keep ourselves going for quite a while. That's very concerning, Bab. That is very concerning indeed. Definitely not the kind of thing you just want to leave hanging around. Possible security threats to a bank account. Oh god. That fucking sucks. Okay, so... Alright. We're currently on B1. This will take us to B2. I'm just building my own sort of mental map of the place. Even if we could get to King Dragon at this point, we would not be able to beat him, so... And I'm pretty sure the lower basement floors will have some, like, spicy fights. I was about to say, if I remember, there's a Kiss Dragon at some point, and boom, there's the Kiss Dragon. Crit, oh, nice. Makes him go away. So these boys are basically just a damage race, except that they cast sleep. I forgot about that. I really should open with stop spell. That is way too dangerous not to... Ooh. Scary. Sounds like you're having a pretty shit time there, Pap. Hey, level up, nice. There it is. Behoy me. What the heck?
Alright, so with, that is now a significant heal. And that'll be basically what makes the difference against King Dragon. Will be the ability to heal enough health. A medical herb. Not so useful at this point in the game. We may as well use it just to get it out of the inventory. Oh! That's a dead end, I see. Further new music. I'm expecting this has probably got, I don't know, what are we, that'd be like basement level 4? It's probably got a new encounter table. Okay. Stairs going down, but stairs going back up. Interesting. That just depends on games you'd be interested in playing on it, Bap. For me, yeah, there's definitely value in the Vita, but I would say for most people, probably not. It depends on how much, I guess, you're paying as well. If it's cheap. We are just going back up. Hey, Roto sword, nice. How much money do we have? So, I think if we sold the flame sword,
We'd probably have enough money. 9, 4, what are we, 9, 5, roughly, yeah, pretty much. Maybe just fight a few more fights, and then we should have enough money to, get the mirror shield. Hang on. I think I know what's happening here. Let me guess. Yeah. This, infinite looper. Well, if you're having to deal with, like, potential, like, bank issues and, like, health, affording health issues, is now the appropriate time to be buying, like, game consoles? As I said, with the Vita, it really sort of depends on, like, is there much, is there anything in particular in the Vita library that you want to play? Yeah, they've got, like, if you're into the, like, especially, ooh, we have found the next tier of dudes. Alright, the next tier of dudes is kinda spicy. These guys got a lot of fucking health, holy shit. And they don't actually pay out that much more XP or money. God damn. Alright, I am gonna go pick up the mirror shield. Which is another trip back all the way down to the other side of the world. It sounds like you definitely need to prioritize where your money's going, sir. Alright. Another walk down to Melkidor. Buy the last shield. I guess we could like attempt a run at the Dragon Lord. I think once we've bought the last shield, we have no need for money at that point, so death is actually like a non-concern. I don't know how your bank account system there works. That sounds like some wonky shit, though. They can't just... But they can't charge you an overdraft fee because you don't have $1,000 in there. The overdraft is if you overdraft. Yeah, which is bullshit anyway. Decline the transaction. I don't understand how that is happening. I don't understand. That sounds madness. How can they put a hold on the account for money? That doesn't make sense. Unless people are trying to, like, make transactions against the account. You did mention you were concerned the account was hacked. That really, really, really should be looked into then. Hey, Jimmy. Quite well. We're basically up to the final dungeon. It's just a matter of getting some more levels. We just got... I think we're now fully geared. I think. I don't think there's any more gear we can get. I think that is the last bit of gear. The mirror shield, the sword of Roto, the armor of Roto. I think that's it. And the dragon scale, I think that's the end game. That's the best gear. I am pretty sure. I will attempt a full run down the castle, but I think we're still a few levels, like, behind roughly where we should be, so... Did I ever pop this door and say hi to this guy? According to an ancient text, Fairy knows how to put the golem to sleep. I don't know if this mysterious power actually exists. Okay, so that's the flute. Hey, Fab, how's it going? It's... So, like, the way I play JRPGs, I don't usually end up having to grind as such. Now, I do wonder, I was poo-pooing healing herbs before, but can you stack healing herbs in this version? You can, okay. So, because technically... We're probably getting a little early prepared here, but technically you'd want to conserve as much MP as possible on the way down. Like, conserve as much MP as you can for the Dragon King fight. Okay, so that's max medical herbs. But yes, DQ is going well. We're effectively in endgame mode. We're up to the final dungeon. We are fully geared, but we are not fully leveled. Yeah, well, like, I would be seriously asking what the fuck is going on, because that doesn't make any sense. But I don't know the American, like, banking system. Everything's fucked up in America, so... If anything, maybe get a new bank? I mean, if it's gonna, like, take a while to close it out, if you, like, had enough with them, then you start the process. But again, I don't know the American banking system. So I have no idea what's going on there. That sounds like utter madness to me, but... Alright, so once again, we're going to attempt to go as far down as we can. Just obscenely high quality Rainbow Bridge. And yeah, absolutely fab. That was half was saying the same thing earlier, and I was saying similar myself. Dragon Quest is big comfy. But then yeah, unfortunately, as much as it's going to be like a screw around with like a lot of reasons, it sounds like you need a new bank. Well, that's what we get for not casting Stop Spell. Thankfully, yeah, at this point, like, the money loss doesn't matter anymore. We've bought everything we're going to buy. Unfortunately, we have to walk back. That's the big loss, I guess. And we hadn't really made much in the way of progress there in the sense of like XP farming, so that was a bit of a wipeout. Most unfortunate. Oh, I should have bought a bunch of holy waters while we were at the other town, now that I think about it, to save on the MP of casting Repel, but... Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, it's... especially with the art style. Toriyama's art. And just, yeah, very, I mean, like, Dragon Quest The Adventure of Dai is that Saturday morning cartoons. There is literally a Saturday morning cartoon of Dragon Quest. Yeah, as I was saying, like, gear-wise, we are fully geared. We have all the best gear in the game. Level-wise, we're 2 or 3 levels below, like, sort of minimum viable to actually beat the final boss. And not only that, but we also have to get there. So there's still going to be a few runs through the castle, just sort of gathering XP, basically. Yeah, I guess suppose also, like, data. We, learn. We learn the layout of the castle, we learn the enemy's AI. Important information. And we level up, that's the main thing. Those few extra bits of health, MP, and just general stats will make a difference. Alright, so these we need to stop spell. So we can kill them in 2 hits, but they can cast Sleep on their first turn if they so desire. I suppose that as well. We do need to, at some point, restock the keys, just in case. I don't want to run out of keys from repeated attempts. That would be embarrassing. You can only hold 6 keys. Yeah, okay, so he didn't act there, which meant the stop spell stopped him from casting Sleep. I mean, unfortunately, generally speaking, just don't move to the US these days. Like, obviously, if you're already living in the US, you gotta make the best of what you can, but it's... It's not the old days. There isn't really anywhere that I would consider, like, a shining beacon of hope these days. Everywhere's got all kinds of issues. Like, Australia's a pretty good option, but it's certainly not without its flaws. Well, that's actually, yeah, the Scandinavian countries, probably? But, like, to live the best life there, you kind of need to be, like, native. I don't quite understand how that would have happened, but usually IT wants the autistic people. And unless you've done something, like, absolutely insane, there's no way they could, like, blacklist you across the entire industry. There's too much industry. Welcome back, Huff. You're just in it. Well, I say the end. It might take us a little while to actually get to the end, but we're certainly... We're in the final dungeon. We are fully geared, but we're not fully leveled. Oh, bother, Hop. I mean, even if you're... I really don't know what you would have done to get, like, government blacklisted. But even then, you should still be able to find work in the private sector. If you are somehow government blacklisted, you're probably best not to talk about that kind of thing. Man, I could go for kebab. Can I justify getting a kebab? Is it just a low chance to work on these boys, or it's just not gonna happen? Yeah, we just kind of need to go at them, unfortunately. So we're already at the point where we wouldn't be able to beat the final boss, I think. We spent too much MP not dying right then and there. Actually, the answer might just be run away from the Hades Knights. Or, I don't know, we might be strong enough if we, like, encounter one with a max like, where at, like, max HP, we might be able to just, like, blast one down. Oh! Whew. Oh shit, hey! This is actually the final floor. It's now this is still long. Don't think we're out of here yet. And again, we don't have anywhere near enough MP to actually take on the Dragon Lord. I'll have a look at the numbers and see where we sit on things. It might be like one more loop. Maybe we go for like level 19. And then attempt the, Yeah. $420 gold? Really? At this point? If anything, the gold is kind of insulting at this point. Darth Dragon! Okay, not so bad. That's a lot of XP, actually, damn. 250 XP, damn. Okay, again, we are going to have to do probably one more loop of this place. We need to get to this floor with a decent amount of MP remaining. 60 MP out of our, like, 120 or so MP is not a decent amount of MP remaining. I don't remember... Oh, my brain's gone ping. I think there might be spike tiles on the way in here as well. No, maybe not. Alright, well, that's the level 19. I'm not gonna, as I said, this is a bit of an anticlimactic, but, like, we are going to pull out and come back. We'll do one more loop of the castle. Oh! Really? Is it because... Interesting. Oh wait, did that car's return not outside? Oh, hey, RP Gamer, how's it going? Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for the raid. How's things? What were you actually playing? General retro category does not give us much to work with. Alright, okay, so...
the Cursed Beltway. And I guess we'll put the Wing of the Chimera away. Kind of pointless anyway, whatever. Oh, I see. That's actually quite a really, like, damn good stack of games. Yggdra Union's fantastic. Battle Network's great. Breath of Fire 2 is fantastic. Shining Soul. I don't think I've played Shining Soul. I'm gonna guess it's related to the, like, Seeker's Shining. Yeah. I am not familiar with Shining Soul. But yeah, Yggdra Union. I really want to do, Yggdra Union, ooh, come on, brain. Nights in Nightmare, Gugnir, and Riviera on stream. But yeah, getting around to them has proven very difficult. We haven't been able to get. I've wanted to stream the Department of Heaven games for a very long time, and they just, yeah, it hasn't happened. Same with the Battle Network games. I'd like to do those. Well, we have done some Breath of Fires. We have done Breath of Fire. We've done Breath of Fire 3. I really want to do Breath of Fire 4. Breath of Fire 2, I'm a bit on. At least, like, the GBA version of Breath of Fire 2 does fix some of the issues, reducing the encounter rate. And I think, was it the GBA one where they also fixed, they increased the XP and money to offset the decreased encounter rate? Or was that the fan patch that did that? Oh, I can't remember. Oh. But like, Super Famicom version of Breath of Fire 2 has an atrocious encounter rate. Alright. We're gonna put a hard save, and then this will be it. We'll commit to, like, a real run, hopefully. We'll see how we go. There is some, like, RNG involved if we get the wrong fights and get smashed. Yeah, Breath of Fire, like, Breath of Fire 1 and 2 are both a bit rough. 3 and 4 are, like, considered, like, JRPG classics for a reason. We did Breath of Fire 3 last year before on stream, and I absolutely fucking loved it. Really want to do 4. I've personally played 1 and 2, but not on stream. Yeah, those, as I said, the encounter rate on those is rough. I suppose technically I shouldn't even be casting Repel. We should just be hoofing it over there and taking the fights to save the MP. I have not looked into fan patches for Both 1. Generally, I try, like, if I'm playing a game on stream, I try not to, unless it's, like, absolutely necessary. I try not to play with, like, mods and such. He says, sitting here playing an English Fantranslation patch. Not quite the same thing, but yeah. I suppose technically these days we could just, do it with the, translation software, but it's easier for everyone if it's just natively in English. So AT2, part of the problem is they broke it in the English version. The Melody of Metafalica patch fixes what the Nisa broke. That's a bit different. Because that wasn't broken by the original devs, that was broken by the translation. And the translation was bad. The Melody of Metafalica patch is basically required. But again, that's different, because it's not, like, they haven't attempted to modify the game. They haven't, like, fucked with the game's functionality. Oh god, you didn't play the GBA version of Fantasia, did you? Okay, this is how for realsies run at King Dragon. GBA Fantasia is oof. The PlayStation version, IMO, is the best way to go for that. Which does have a lovely Fantranslation patch. Yeah, there's a few other, shoot, there's some bad GBA ports. What was that fucking... Was it the GBA port of... Was the port? The GBA remake of Lunar was bad. Well, it wasn't a remake on the DS, right? The one on the DS was an original, but it was just bad. There are definitely some great GBA games out there, but there are also some stinkers. Ah, I forgot to stop spell. Oh. Actually, what were the Dragon Quest offerings on GBA? There was Slime no Mori Mori. Surely there's got to be more than just that. DQ monsters, okay. I suppose at that point in time, it was like squarely on PlayStation, because we had DQ7 on the PSX, and then DQ8 on the PS2, and then DQ went back to Nintendo with DQ9 on the DS. Yeah, well, that's so Slime no Mori Mori, which is the first of the, like, the Rocket Slime games, as they're known in English, is on the GBA, but that didn't get a official English release. Yeah, just odd to think, yeah. Because you got some, like, the Game Boy Color versions of Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 are actually really good. The Super Famicom version's only just eking out the Game Boy Color versions of DQ1, 2, and 3. I would say if you wanted to play the Game Boy Color versions of DQ1, 2, and 3, that is a perfectly fine choice as well. In fact, the Game Boy Color games add a bit extra in the form of the Metal Collection stuff. The downside is you don't get the animated combat sprites that 3 Super Famicom has. I think 3 Super Famicom is the only time you ever get those animated combat sprites for 3. Oh, 3 HD, but that's a different beast entirely. Now I'm just looping about random Dragon Quest stuff. I find there are a couple of good Game Boy games out there, but I find, unfortunately, that the Game Boy, like, actual OG Game Boy titles, for the most part, are very limited. There are a few exceptions. The Saga games are really good. Metroid 2 is absolute fucking amazing. How did they make that happen on a Game Boy? But yeah, unfortunately, it's not the fault of developers or anything, it's just the pure system limitations of what the Game Boy is. Hey, Tails, Frog Bell game? What? How close to level 20 are we? Okay, we will grind out the level to 20. Yeah, we won't get an MP, like we won't get the MP for it, unfortunately, but the extra bit of stats will be useful. Link's Awakening, that's a fair point. I always think of that as Game Boy Color, because you have Link's Awakening DX on the Game Boy Color, but yes, you are correct, the original Link's Awakening is Game Boy. I don't think I've heard of that Tails ever, unfortunately. That one is not familiar to me. Six golden coins is very good. Again, that's one of those, and it's like the original Wario Land as well. Like games that are developed by very skilled developers with very specific system limitations in mind. What about Boktai 3? Why are we just forgetting Boktai 3? That's Fantranslation. Always like fun facting people with the Boktai games. They are developed by Kojima. As in Hideo Kojima, not Ayami Kojima. That's multiple Kojimas. Absolutely, Tails. That's why we're doing this right now. I want to do a full playthrough of Dragon Quest 1 on Super Famicom before Dragon Quest 1 plus 2 HD hit. And given we are like several tiles away from the Dragon Lord, man, we have so much MP. Holy shit. What was, thing. Good descriptor there, me. Sword of Mana. Seiken Densetsu. The, like, GBA remake? I really like. Okay. Alright, folks. It's time. Actually, can I want to do this just for the memes. I think I can do it this way. You have come. I am the King of Dragons. I am King Dragon. I've been waiting for you. So you're the young man destined to arrive. If you want to be my ally, I give you half. Oh, okay. We'll take half. I'll give you half the world. What do you say? Won't you be my ally? You'll give us half. Sure, why not? That's a good bribe. Wonderful. And to complete our alliance, I'll take that sword. At last, I've obtained this sword. Though it doesn't matter what weapon you wield. Well then, receive my gift. I give you half the world of darkness. Is what even worth anything these days? Like, they kind of killed that IP. It appears that you had a nightmare last night. It must have been quite a dream. Well then, please take care and come again. We'll just, because you literally just gotta rerun the whole castle, so I just wanted to show that off because it's funny. I think on the original Famicom, it's a hard game over. What? You don't want half the world? How disappointing. Would you like to reconsider it? Nah. Well then, by all means, try to defeat me. Also, Dragon Quest Builders. The first Dragon Quest Builders takes place in a world where the hero accepted the Dragon Lord's deal. Yep. Foolish mortal, you will realize what true suffering is. And we win! We are the winner! We have saved the world! Yeah, that's it. I give you half a dark world. Now your journey is over. Get some rest. Now the real battle begins. You couldn't. It's Dragon Quest. Of course, the King Dragon has to be a fucking dragon. Oh, pain! Holy shit! The RNG on the damage from... Oof. I mean, technically, depending on how you count phases, Death Pisaro in, Dragon Quest IV has like 8 phases. Oh, yay! We actually got there. Nice. So that was... It went by pretty quick because I got it on high speed mode, but that was actually pretty dicey there. There was, like, multiple instances where we could have died if, King Dragon outspeeded us. It was, like, we've cleared this at level 9... Oh, not level 20, which is... Level 19 is about the lowest practical level you can expect to clear it. It takes the Orb of Light from the Dragon... Ah, interesting. That's an inconsistency in the patch. It's Dragon King in Japanese, and the patch... everywhere else has actually correctly referred to him as the Dragon King. Dragon Lord is how it's known in the West. A dazzling light flowed out all around from the light orb. Peace returned to the world. The poop has become flour. It's not quite over yet. This is something that Dragon Quest is well known for. The victory lap. All encounters are turned off, and we can, go back to places and say hi. At last, you defeated King Dragon. Oh, I now feel it. Please watch over this fresh new world. Once again, peace has returned to this land. Thank you very much. Peace has returned? I'm such an idiot. That totally surprised me. Thanks to you, peace has returned. Thank you very much. Hurry back to Radodon Castle. The king has received the news and is awaiting your return. I'm so happy. The only problem I have with the victory lap is this does hit like Nihon Falcom levels of like go talk to everyone to see all these little lines, but like you've just finished the game, you want to finish the game. These two actually got to go on their date. In this case, like, you don't have to, like, we can just go straight home. We could use the return spell to go straight home. I wonder if it's still dark in here. It is. Unfortunately, there isn't really any, like, standout NPCs in this game. There isn't anyone that I particularly, like, want to go visit. Well, yeah, but that's the castle. We've got to go back to the castle. Okay, there is a bunch of, like, looping dialogue. Wait, what about the Puff Puff girl? This is, like, all of these places in this game, it's like... Playing Dragon Quest III before you play this really sort of takes away from the value of a lot of it, because, like, when you come here in Dragon Quest III, and you go to all of the places, it's like, oh my god. Because, like, the cave, for example, that we just went through to get back over to this side, in Dragon Quest III, that cave is still being dug. And then all the different shrines, like, you can visit all the different shrines in their sort of, like, glory days. And, like, just the whole world, like, you know, years before the events of this game. It's so cool to see. And if you play Dragon Quest III first, you just have no context for it. It's a real shame. I really disagree with Square Enix's choice of releasing 3 HD before 1 and 2. Correct. We did not run into one across the course of the whole game, though. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, we literally never saw a metal slime. Alright, castle. Oh, the lovely Princess Laura. I could have held the princess in my arms. Such is the ancient legend. When the world is wrapped in darkness, once again the descendant of Roto appears. You are a true hero from the Roto bloodline. Oh, that's interesting. They used her to block the passageway here. Nice. At last, you have defeated King Dragon. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the generic Red Lady line. Bearus is, that's not till DQ7. We are currently Bear. And then I'm thinking maybe for DQ2 we do, like, Bear. Or, Kokuma. Here. Here. You are a hero. You rescued the world. It's more dignified if you face everyone. This is awkward. What? Am I... Okay. Weird. The legend has come true. You truly are a descendant of the legendary warrior Roto. You're a suitable person to rule this world. What? You don't want to take the place of me and rule this country? You speak out. The only time the main character speaks in this game. No, if there's a country for me to rule, then I must be the one that will find it myself. I see. If that's so, then don't let me stop you. Please, take care as you set out on your journey. Please wait for me. I can accompany you on your journey. Will you please take me with you? I'm so happy. It's actually a but thou must. If you say no, it just keeps looping forever. I probably should have shown that off. My bad. Come now then, start your new journey. Pachi, 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 pachi. And 6.5 hours as well, not bad. Pretty much smack on target. Well, that's like if we take off the pre-roll and the break times, then yeah, like almost bang on time. Oh, thanks for the follow, Leo Grim. For anyone interested in more Dragon Quest, we will be doing Dragon Quest 1+2 HD when it launches tonight, which is in... Oh, math hard. 17 hours, 15 minutes? I think it's... the full, yeah, there we are. That's pretty out of date now, though, that video. My goodness. Wait, I wasn't paying attention to the credits. Go back. Was that Bew? Did Bew get a credit there? That's the guy that developed Beast Nest, one of the Super Famicom emulators. G-Endo. And I think it just sits there. I think it's one of those ones where you gotta hard reset the console to get off the screen. It's just a... Yeah. But yeah, no, excellent, awesome. We managed a full playthrough of Dragon Quest 1 Super Famicom version. So we've got full context for Dragon Quest 1 going into Dragon Quest 1+2 HD on tonight's stream. I am actually really looking forward to it. I'm legitimately excited to play DQ 1+2 HD. We'll yeah. Well, they would have been on like classic CRT TVs. They didn't have burn-in. Um. Yeah. All right. I don't think I really have much more to add at that point. I really enjoyed that, but I always do. I really enjoy Dragon Quest One. It's a great game. It's a very simple game. It is exactly what it was supposed to be. It achieves perfectly what it set out to do. Create a simple uh oops. Um what the heck? Uh Create a simple RPG for, at the time, what was very simple console hardware. And it achieved that fantastically, and then spawned the entire Dragon Quest everything. Yeah, but as I said, we will be back tonight, kicking off Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD as soon as it goes live, which is approximately 17 hours. Yeah, the timing's really unfortunate on that half. I can't like delay it, unfortunately, because it's a launch day stream situation. Uh but yeah, I think that's about all I've got for now. Yeah. I'm gonna pack up here and probably get some rest, so that I'm in good order for tonight. But yeah, hopefully, if you enjoy Dragon Quest, you can join me again tonight as we kick off 1+2 HD. But for now, that is all. Thanks for watching, everyone, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.
Bye bye.